Chapter 943. As soon as that black-clothed man finished speaking, a figure had suddenly charged up from beneath the ground, and the figure was accompanied by almost 1,000 rays of light. The rays of light instantly enveloped the surroundings, and then a few shrill cries resounded. "How dare you!" The black-clothed man who led the group roared furiously while a powerful black vortex suddenly erupted from within him and instantly sucked away all the rays of sword energy. Moreover, even the space in the surroundings warped severely from its suction force, and it seemed like even space was about to be sucked into it. A moment later, the rays of sword energy had dispersed. The leader of the group's face instantly warped when he saw the amount of his companions who were still standing. Because only 6 of them remained when he was included, and there was no trace of Yang Yi. There had been 13 of them. Yet now, only 6 remained. It was a humiliation. It was extremely humiliating to the remaining black-clothed men. Every single one of them was a half-saint, and they were from the Central Divine Prefecture's Nether Pavilion as well. Even if it was in the Central Divine Prefecture, there were very few others besides some renowned geniuses who could withstand their joint forces. As for those beneath the half-saint realm, except a few extraordinary geniuses, others wouldn't even have the ability to fight them, let alone kill them. Yet now, they'd lost 7 of their companions at the hands of a monarch realm cultivator at a remote place like Pine Prefecture. If news of this were to spread back to the Central Divine Prefecture, then it wouldn't just be them, the 13 shadows, who lost face. Even the Nether Pavilion would become a laughingstock. "I never expected him to have help." Meanwhile, one of the black-clothed men spoke solemnly. "That black-clothed figure possessed the laws of darkness and was a woman. If I'm not wrong, it should have been Her Highness, the Shadow Maiden. Her Highness' reincarnation was a consort for Sky Divine Hall's Lu Qianshao. Logically speaking, she should be enemies with Yang Yi. So, why is she helping him?" Their leader took a deep breath, suppressed the flames of rage in his heart, and spoke solemnly. "It's quite strange indeed. It was my fault for being careless. We were scheming against him, and he was scheming against us as well." One of the black-clothed men said. "He possesses the laws of speed and the laws of darkness, and it's a counter to our abilities. Now, he has Shadow Maiden's assistance, and both of them are impossible to detect. Coupled with how our cultivation technique and combat techniques are completely countered by the laws of darkness, staying in confrontation with him might cause all of us to perish here." Their leader glanced at the man who spoke and said, "Then are we supposed to just go back? How would we report back to the sect if we leave just like that? Not only have we failed to bring Shadow Maiden back, we have lost 7 of our companions. We can't bear the consequences of that." "Indeed," the black-clothed man said. "Then what should we do?" The leader of the group pondered deeply for a long time, and then he gazed at a towering mountain in the distance. "Looks like we have no choice but to join forces with Welkin Wolf Mountain Range." When he spoke up to this point, he paused for a moment and continued, "Notify Sky Divine Hall, and tell them about her higher, Shadow Maiden. Let's see how they react to it." As soon as he finished speaking, their figures flashed and vanished on the spot. Around 15 minutes later, the ground suddenly trembled there, and then a black shadow slowly emerged. It was naturally Yang Yi. Joined forces with Welkin Wolf Mountain Range? Yang Yi looked towards the direction they'd vanished towards and laughed coldly. If they decided to return immediately to the Central Divine Prefecture, then with their mysterious movement techniques and strength, he would truly be helpless to stop them once they fled at full speed and refused to get locked into combat with him. Moreover, it was absolutely impossible for him to chase them all the way to the Central Divine Prefecture. Unfortunately, they hadn't chosen to leave. That was exactly what he wanted. 4 hours later, Yang Yi finished refining the black-clothed men he just killed into more sword servants. Now, he had 7 of them as his sword servants, and he had the Gold Wolf and Yu Wuying as well. It could be said that he was entirely capable of defeating the last 6 black-clothed men in a head-on collision. Yang Yi placed his sword within his spatial ring and looked up into the sky. The true outcome of the battle between Ocean of Clouds Academy and Welkin Wolf Mountain Range would be decided by the battle being carried out high above in the sky. If the Saints of the Academy won the battle, then Welkin Wolf Mountain Range would be destroyed. Conversely, if Welkin Wolf Mountain Range won, then the Academy and Ocean of Clouds City would be crushed. All cultivators below the Saint realm were ants before saints. Numbers were useless before saints. Of course, it didn't mean that his persistence on defending the city was meaningless. If he didn't defend the city, then the city and academy wouldn't even be able to wait until the saints decided on the victory of the battle. He didn't have a sense of belonging towards the academy, and they could only be considered to be using each other. He was still weak now, especially when facing saints. Moreover, he was no fool, so had never thought that he could fight a colossus like Sky Divine Hall on his own. Thus he wanted to look for help, and it just so happened that Sky Divine Hall could be considered as an enemy of the Academy. To a certain extent, helping the Academy was equivalent to helping himself. Yan Yi withdrew his gaze, stayed on the spot for a while, and then shot towards Welkin Wolf Peak. With his current strength that was supplemented by the laws of speed and laws of darkness, and coupled with the ability of concealment possessed by the sword domain, and the fact that there were no saints on Welkin Wolf Mountain Range now, there was no threat to him present throughout the mountain range. Welkin Wolf Peak. Welkin Wolf Peak was where the Welkin Wolf Demon King lived, and it was the center of the mountain range. After he arrived at the top of Welkin Wolf Peak, Yan Yu was slightly surprised because there weren't any caves that he expected to see here. There were numerous grand palaces standing on the top of the mountain, and because the peak of the mountain was extremely wide, there were countless palaces here. So, the top of Welkin Wolf Peak simply seemed like a small city. At the same time, Yan Yi revealed a solemn expression, because he sensed the obscure aura of countless experts here. Even though they weren't saints, they were extraordinarily strong. Moreover, they frequently scanned the peak with their divine sense, and those divine senses had even stopped momentarily where he stood. But it didn't take long for those divine senses to move away. At this moment, Yan Yi realized that both Ocean of Clouds Academy and Welkin Wolf Mountain Range hadn't used their full strength, and they were holding some of their trump cards. But it made sense because if the strength they revealed was the limit of their strengths, then platinum rank sects wouldn't live up to their name. Yan Yi pondered deeply for an instant, and then his figure flashed towards the most grand and huge palace here. Yan Yi was careful all along the way. Because he had the laws of darkness, he relied on the darkness throughout the area to sneak forward, and coupled with the concealment ability of the sword domain, he could be said to have advanced smoothly all along the way. It didn't take long for him to arrive before the palace. Yan Yi hid in the shadows at the corner and looked up at it. He saw 3 large words written at the front of the palace: Welkin Wolf Palace. Yan Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then his figure vanished. In the main hall within the palace, a beautiful woman sat at the seat of the host. She wore palace clothes, had willow leaf-shaped brows, apricot eyes, and jade-white skin. She possessed an extremely neat and graceful bearing, but her eyes were sharp while a dignified aura came from her, causing others to dare not look straight at her. There was an old man in a jade-white robe seated on her left, and a young man and woman stood behind the old man. As for the beautiful woman's right, it was the leader of the black-clothed men whom Yan Yi fought earlier. At the age of a little over 20, he has comprehended quasi-void rank sword intent, quasi-void rank slaughter intent, the sword domain, and 2 laws. I never expected that besides the 5 top geniuses of our prefecture, another extraordinary genius like him has appeared. Good. Very good indeed. The beautiful woman's voice was calm, but it carried a ghastly cold tone. The old man on her left said, My Sky Divine Hall has investigated him, and his background is quite mysterious. It's like he appeared out of thin air. We were merely able to find out that he appeared at Skywind City, and everything else before that seems as if it was completely wiped clean by someone. There isn't even a trace of him. The beautiful woman suddenly asked, Could the ancient sword school have fostered him in secret? The old man shook his head and said, It's very unlikely. We have people in the ancient sword school. So, if he was fostered in secret within the ancient sword sect, then no matter how well its higher-ups concealed it, they would have definitely left some clues. The problem is that according to the information we obtained from the ancient sword school, Yan Yi is even an unfamiliar existence to some of its higher-ups. She asked? Could he have come from the Central Divine Prefecture? The old man and the black-clothed man frowned slightly. A long time passed before the old man spoke solemnly. It's possible. According to the information I received, he once subdued a dragon when he challenged the Tao order. At that time, he said that he was a scion of the dragons. The dragon race only exists in the Central Divine Prefecture, so if he wasn't lying, then he probably did come from there. Meanwhile, the black-clothed man spoke abruptly. He should have come from the Central Divine Prefecture. The old man and beautiful woman looked at him. He spoke solemnly. When we attacked him before this, he mentioned someone from my nether pavilion, and that person only returned to my nether pavilion 3 years ago. Even many people of the Central Divine Prefecture aren't aware of it, but he was. Obviously, he's from the Central Divine Prefecture. Since he's from the Central Divine Prefecture, his terrifying strength and natural talent are understandable. The white-robed old man spoke in a low voice. If he's from the Central Divine Prefecture, then this matter will be quite troublesome to deal with. Why? The beautiful woman spoke coldly. Well, just kill him as planned. Exactly. The black-clothed man said. Even if he's a disciple of a diamond-rank power of the Central Divine Territory, why would my nether pavilion fear him? The white-robed old man pondered deeply for a long time before he spoke. He killed numerous geniuses of my Sky Divine Hall, and he even humiliated Qiangxiu's younger brother. If Qianxiao wasn't in closed-door cultivation, he would have rushed over to Ocean of Cloud City and taken that fellow's life a long time ago. He really will be a calamity to us if he isn't eliminated. The beautiful woman spoke abruptly. How should we kill him? The old man and black-clothed man fell silent upon hearing that question. I'll kill him. Suddenly, a voice resounded here. Chapter 944. It was the man behind the white-robed old man who'd spoken. The black-clothed man and the beautiful woman gazed at the man, and their gazes stopped on him for some time before their expressions actually slowly became serious. The black-clothed man was comparatively better as it didn't take long for him to withdraw his gaze, but the beautiful woman's expression grew more and more solemn. A wisp of a complacent smile appeared on the white-robed old man's face when he saw them reveal such solemn expressions. However, it didn't take long for him to withdraw it and say, "My young disciple doesn't know any better, please excuse him." A moment passed before the woman suddenly said, "As expected of Sky Divine Hall, it truly is full of geniuses. A high-rank half-saint before the age of 20. His natural talent is truly extraordinary. Right, that little girl isn't bad as well. She's actually a mid-rank half-saint as well, and her aura is actually so heavy and solid. How rare! Truly rare!" The white-robed old man grinned. "Long Fei Long Yu. Quickly greet the Empress." The man and woman behind the old man stepped forward, bowed slightly to the beautiful woman, and then stepped back. The old man said, "They are a pair of twins. The Hall Master encountered them by chance when he was traveling and rescued them. But even the Hall Master hadn't imagined that they would actually possess the divine clarity physique of legend. The Hall Master was overjoyed by his discovery, and he immediately brought them back to Sky Divine Hall and fostered them. I brought them with me this time because I hope to temper them, so that they'll be able to head to the Central Divine Prefecture with Qianxiao in the future and get a good ranking on the martial rankings." Meanwhile, the black-clothed man said, "To be honest, they are still too weak." The old man had a slightly unnatural expression on his face when he heard the black-clothed man. As for Long Fei and Long Yu who stood behind him, their faces had even become cold, and they revealed slightly unpleasant gazes towards the black-clothed man. The divine clarity physique maintains a pure and clean physique, and it allows its possessor to absorb spirit energy to cleanse the body. Moreover, the owners of such physiques would encounter no bottlenecks until they arrive at the threshold of the saint realm. To a certain extent, Their physiques aren't inferior to the void sword physique possessed by the ancient sword school's Lu Weiner. The beautiful women gazed at the black-clothed man and said, "If even that is considered weak to you, then I'm afraid no one in our Pine Prefecture besides the 5 top geniuses of the prefecture would be acknowledged by you." The black-clothed man spoke flatly. "Some are already in the saint rank at their age." The expressions of the others here changed. "A saint before the age of 20? The black-clothed man continued. "There are even some who can kill saints while at the high rank of the half-saint realm." Their pupils constricted slightly. "Surmounting their realm of cultivation to kill saints. If people like that really do exist, then they are definitely more terrifying than those geniuses who could kill saints before the age of 20. After all, the gap between saints and high-rank half-saints couldn't even be described as being like the gap between the heavens and the earth. However, some high-rank half-saints had been able to surmount their realm of cultivation to kill saints. So, how heaven-defying was that? "I've seen both of those types of people," the black-clothed man said. "Let me be honest again. All of your knowledge is truly quite lacking." The meaning behind his words was that their views were restricted as if they were looking up at the sky from within a well. Meanwhile, the black-clothed man continued, "Their auras are solid, and their strength should be not bad. But it's still beyond inferior when compared to Yang Yi. He has definitely experienced countless battles as he grew in strength, and geniuses who grow under such environments are extraordinarily terrifying. As for the two of them, while their cultivations are great and their auras are solid, they lack the aura of battle and slaughter. So, if Sky Divine Hall intends to send them to kill Yan Yi, then I think there's no point because going would be equal to giving their lives away." Long Fei grunted coldly. "I think you're terrified of Yan Yi after he killed so many of your companions. How presumptuous!" The white-robed old man roared furiously. "Quickly apologize to Senior and you." The black energy which surged out of the black-clothed man instantly stopped when he heard the old man. Long Fei didn't dare talk back to the old man. So he grunted coldly, cupped his fist towards the black-clothed man, and then stepped back. Being ignorant isn't terrifying. The truly terrifying thing is being ignorant yet unaware of it. The black-clothed man glanced indifferently at Long Fei and said, "I have no intention to interfere in the matter between both of you and Ocean of Clouds Academy. I only have a single objective, and it's to kill Yang Yi and take Her Highness, Shadow Maiden, back with me. Our objectives can be said to be aligned in that aspect. Since it is, then we naturally can work together, right?" The beautiful woman replied. "Of course." The old man suddenly asked, "Consort you of my Sky Divine Hall is really helping that fellow Yang Yi?" The black-clothed man answered, "I don't have a reason to deceive you, right?" The old man's face fell. "It's absolutely impossible for her to help him. It was definitely Yang Yi who did something to her and took control over her." "Good. Very good indeed. He even dares to touch someone who belongs to Qian Shao. He really is tired of living," the black-clothed man said. "Let's talk about how we'll kill him. If it's a one-on-one battle, then no one besides Saint Realm experts, or the 5 top geniuses would be a match for him." The woman continued, "We have no choice but to join forces and use numbers against him. And you said, there will be 6 from my side. Well, send 10 high-rank half-saints." The old man spoke solemnly. "They are elites of my Sky Divine Hall's Divine Guard, and every single one of them gained their strength through hard work alone." The beautiful woman pondered deeply for a short while and said, "Well, send 3 gold wolves at the high rank of the half-saint realm. Those 3 wolves are triplets, and they have cultivated together since they were young. Their hearts can be said to be linked as one. So, they possess extraordinary strength in battle when working together." The black-clothed man nodded and said, Yes, death is guaranteed then. But we have a problem. He has grasped the laws of darkness and the laws of speed, so even our joint forces would be helpless against him if he flees. Besides that, he won't step forward and fight us to the death. If we can't solve those 2 problems, then it's useless no matter how many forces we gather." All of them fell silent. Quite some time passed before the beautiful woman spoke again. It's actually easy to make him step forward and fight us. He intends to defend the city. So, we just have to attack it, and he'll definitely show himself. As for how to trap him, that's simple as well. My husband, the Welkin Wolf Demon King, possesses a divine rank treasure called the Dimensional Cube. It can change the structure of space, and can even trap saints for some time. As for those below the saint realm, even Lu Qianshao and the other geniuses would be absolutely incapable of breaking free from it. The black-clothed man said, "That's perfect." The old man nodded as well. The beautiful woman stood up and said, "Since it's decided, then we'll launch the main assault on the city tomorrow. At that time, I hope Sky Divine Hall will lend us its full support. It's best if we're able to breach the city and kill Yang Yi in one go tomorrow." Old man said, "Don't worry, Empress. Besides the saints of my Sky Divine Hall which can't leave because of the endless devil sect, the rest of our top-rate experts have arrived at Welkin Wolf Mountain Range. We'll lend our full strength to your Welkin Wolf clan tomorrow." She nodded in response. "Please rest for now. I'll go get my husband's dimensional cube," the old man said. "Then, we'll be bidding our farewells first." Right, the Hall Master said that he hopes Welkin Wolf Mountain Range doesn't continue hiding its strength and delaying the end of the battle. It's very disadvantageous to us. And sure, you're very well aware of that. The Demon Empress spoke solemnly. "Of course I do. Don't worry, tomorrow is the day my Welkin Wolf Mountain Range will end the battle with Ocean of Clouds Academy." "Perfect." The old man nodded. "Then we'll start preparing." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man led Long Fei and Long Yu out of the hall. Once the old man left, the black-clothed man said, "Empress, let me remind you that I'll only be acting against Yang Yi, and I won't interfere in the battle between all of you and Ocean of Clouds Academy. Of course, if the members of the Academy try to stop me from killing Yang Yi, then I'll naturally act against them as well." She nodded. "I understand." The black-clothed man nodded and left. Once all of them left, the beautiful woman pondered deeply for a moment, and then she turned around and vanished on the spot. She hadn't noticed that the shadow behind her had suddenly wriggled at the same moment that Shed turned around. A long time passed before she arrived at an entrance that led underground, and there were two huge black wolves guarding it. Both of them were high-rank half-saints. The huge wolves blocked her path, and one of them spoke the human tongue. "No one is allowed to enter Welkin Wolf Treasury without the king's orders. That includes you as well, Empress." She grunted coldly, and then she flipped her palm and revealed a golden fang of a wolf. Their expressions changed when they saw the golden fang, and then they hurriedly lowered their heads and moved aside. She glanced at them before entering the entrance. The entrance was led to just a small passageway, and it was covered densely by strange symbols and mysterious rippling marks. She walked for around 15 minutes before a golden palace appeared before her. There were two huge violet wolves before the golden palace, and their eyes were slightly closed as if they were sleeping. She walked over to them, bowed respectfully, and then withdrew the golden fang. One of the huge wolves opened his eyes and glanced at the golden fang. "Go on, Empress, remember that you may only take a single treasure." As he spoke, he waved his claw lightly, and then the golden fang instantly pressed against a slot on the entrance which was a perfect fit for it. A moment of silence ensued before the door opened slowly. The Empress bowed to them once more, and then she started walking towards the entrance. Right when she was about to pass through it, the other huge violet wolf opened his eyes and roared. "Stop!" His voice was like a thunderclap that caused the underground chamber and the palace to shake violently. The Empress' delicate figure trembled, and then she turned around and gazed at the violet wolf with bewilderment. The violet wolf paid no attention to her, and his gaze shot towards her shadow instead. Chapter 945. Uncle M.O.? The beautiful woman gazed at the huge wolf with a puzzled expression. The huge wolf stared fixedly at the shadow behind her. Quite some time passed before he suddenly raised his right paw and clawed from afar. An explosion resounded from where her shadow was, but the ground didn't split open at all. because numerous golden ripples had formed a barrier of light there. After the explosion resounded, the shadow behind her still remained. "Brother Mo, what's wrong?" The other wolf was puzzled. The huge wolf which the woman addressed as Uncle Mo shook his head slightly and said, "I sensed a trace of a human's aura just now." "A human's aura?" The beautiful woman and the other huge wolf's expressions changed, and the beautiful woman said, "How could that be possible? This is a restricted area of our clan, and it's protected by the powerful restrictions that the king himself prepared. Moreover, there's a powerful formation set up by a divine talisman master protecting the area as well. Even a saint wouldn't be able to enter this place without making a sound. Uncle Mo, are you sure that you weren't mistaken?" There was a trace of bewilderment in Uncle Mo's huge eyes, and he pondered deeply for some time before he said, "Empress, I'm sure you are aware that I've been guarding this place for hundreds of years, and I can be said to have practically fused into one with everything here. Logically speaking, I wouldn't have made a mistake." The beautiful woman pondered deeply for a moment and asked, "Do you still sense that aura now?" He shook his head. "That trace of aura appeared suddenly and vanished swiftly. As for now. In short, for safety's sake, it's best if you don't enter the treasury today. The treasures our clan has gathered for tens of thousands of years are stored in there, and there are even many treasures that the king attaches great importance to. If any mishap were to occur, then even our deaths wouldn't be sufficient to make up for it." She shook her head and said, "I came to get the dimensional cube. It's extremely important to our clan right now." Uncle Mo fell silent for a moment, and then a terrifying aura surged out from within him, and it didn't take long for that aura to cover every single corner of this place. A long time passed before he withdrew his aura. The woman asked, "Did you find anything?" He shook his head. "Nothing. Perhaps I really made a mistake. Please go in." She glanced at the huge wolf, and then she nodded and walked into the palace. It didn't take long for the door to close slowly. At the exact same instant that it was closing, a shadow soundlessly slid through the crack between the doors from a dark corner by the door's side. At the instant that the entrance was shut, the beautiful woman glanced at the surroundings and was about to move. However, an unexpected event occurred. A mysterious force suddenly appeared, and everything around her instantly frozen. After that, two invisible waves of force pressed down upon her like a million mountains before she could even react, and then a ray of cold light flash. Her eyes opened wide, but it didn't take long for them to dim down. An instant later, everything here returned to normal. Yan Yi took a deep breath as he gazed at the woman who was lying on the ground, and he said to himself, "That was close." He wasn't talking about killing her, he was talking about what happened at the entrance just now. Actually, had only been discovered outside the palace just now. He was hiding in the beautiful woman's shadow, and he immediately realized that the situation was bad when the huge wolf which the beautiful woman called Uncle Mo roared at the beautiful woman. Yan Yi had immediately moved to the shadow of the palace's entrance, and then held his breath there while completely concealing every trace of his aura. Moreover, he even merged his presence with the space around him, and concealed himself with the sword domain. At that moment, there wasn't a single trace of his presence. He would have been discovered if he was just a little slower. Those two huge violet wolves were very strong, and they were even stronger than the gold wolf he fought that day. It was even to the extent that they were stronger than the leader of the 13 Shadows. Even though he didn't fear them, it would definitely be extremely troublesome if he were to have been noticed just now. After all, there were countless experts of Welkin Wolf Peak. So, while it wasn't impossible for him to kill his way out of here, the possibility of success was quite tiny. After all, those black-clothed men and the experts of Sky Divine Hall were here as well, so it would absolutely be difficult for him to escape once they noticed him. Even though the laws of darkness and the laws of speed were powerful, they weren't almighty. If someone vigilant, then he could be discovered even if he attached himself to the person's shadow. Just like what had happened during the battle between him and Yu Wuying. Shed frequently attached herself to his shadow and attacked him. In the beginning, he wasn't on guard against such a method of attack, and had almost been killed in an instant. But once he had his guard up, then that method of attack wasn't so effective any longer. Of course, the main point was that he wouldn't be able to enter the treasure and steal from the Welkin Wolf Demon King if he was discovered. After he finished listening to the conversation between the beautiful woman and the others just now, he knew that he had to eliminate her. Because if he didn't, then he would definitely have to return to Ocean of Cloud City if the wolves launched a full-scale attack. However, him returning to the city was exactly what they wanted, and he might really die before their joint forces. As they say, he who strikes first prevails, and he who strikes last fails. Yang Yi fully agreed with those words. Once news of the Empress' death was known, even if Welkin Wolf Mountain Range could avoid falling into chaos, it would definitely be incapable of launching a full-scale attack in a short period of time. That was definitely good news for Ocean of Cloud City. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and looked down at the beautiful woman. She was at the high rank of the half-saint realm as well, but her combat strength wasn't very formidable, and it was even weaker than the gold wolf from before. That was why he dared to kill her. Of course, she would definitely die even if her strength was comparable to those black-clothed men. Because Yang Yi had activated the sword domain, 2 quasi-void rank intents, and 2 laws at the same time. It could be said to have been 90% of his strength. 90% of his full strength. Yang Yi thought for a moment before he waved his right hand, and the golden fang in her grasp flew into his palm. There was another reason Whyd had taken the risk to kill her here, and it was that golden fang. Since had entered a treasure trove, how could he leave empty-handed? However, he was very well aware that if he didn't kill her, then he would be forced to leave when she did. Otherwise, he would be trapped here. Because the treasure was enveloped by a barrier which was created by a saint, and the wolf fang was the key to the barrier. His current strength was utterly insufficient to break through the barrier, so the only way to avoid leaving empty-handed was to kill her. Yang Yi paid no further attention to her and looked at the area around him. There were 13 sealed rooms not too far away from him, and they were cleared labeled with their contents, like weapons, medicinal herbs, ores, inner cores, crystals. However, there were none labeled as cultivation techniques or combat techniques. However, it made sense to Yang Yi because Welkin Wolf Mountain Range was a clan of demon beasts, so they were unable to cultivate any cultivation techniques or combat techniques. Since they were useless to demon beasts, they were naturally not stored. Yang Yi went to the one room, the room labeled medicinal herbs. The room actually had no door, and there was merely an imprint of a wolf fang on its wall. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to place the gold fang into the imprint. A ray of dazzling light immediately flashed, and then the rock wall of the room started to slowly move apart. As soon as it was opened, a strand of dense fragrance assaulted his face, causing his entire body to feel refreshed. Yang Yi was shocked by this development, and he focused his gaze into the room. He saw that there were around 100 jade shelves there, and every single one of them had all sorts of spirit herbs, spirit fruits, spirit flowers, and various other medicinal herbs which Yang Yi didn't recognize. Yang Yi glanced at them and noticed that there were over 10,000 in total here, and every single one of them were actually at the saint rank. The saint rank. Every single one of them. Most importantly, Yang Yi was pleasantly surprised to notice that there were actually some medicinal herbs needed to refine the soul pill. After all, Shao-Chi was still in deep sleep. So, now that he possessed these medicinal materials, he only had to improve his attainments in alchemy, and she could wake up right away. Moreover, the medicinal herbs here could be utilized to refine other precious medicinal pills. So, Yang Yi wasn't able to stay calm for a moment longer. "They are mine! All mine!" Yang Yi withdrew the ancient sheath and waved his right hand. All the jade shelves in the surroundings flew in a row towards the ancient sheath, and it didn't take long for him to take all of them. Yang Yi didn't waste a moment longer in this room, and he immediately headed over to the tuned room. The tuned room was labeled with the word ores. Obviously, it was definitely filled with precious stones and ores. Sure enough, it was filled with all sorts of ores, and there were over 10,000 as well. Most importantly, all of them were at the saint rank at least. Moreover, There were even some at the low grade of the divine rank. "I'm rich!" Yan Yi was really unable to maintain his composure, and his face was covered in joy and excitement. All that was left was for him to jump with joy. Ores were naturally used to refine treasures. While he didn't know how to, Taoist Gu could. With so many saint rank ores in his possession, wouldn't it be absolutely easy for them to be refined into a few thousand saint rank swords? At this moment, it was like Yang Yi could see 1,000 saint rank swords attacking at his command. Quite some time passed before Yang Yi took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the excitement and joy in his heart, and then he started plundering everything in here. In less than a few breaths of time, all the ores were within the ancient sheath. Looks like these demon kings are really wealthy. If I have the chance, I should go take a tour of the other demon kings' treasuries. Right, just a tour. Yang Yi chuckled as he went to the next room. Had only just opened it when a strand of extremely pure energy assaulted his face. Yang Yi was slightly shocked by this, and he was completely stunned when he witnessed the scene within the room. A long time passed before Yang Yi gulped. My God! What is that? Chapter 946. Yang Yi had opened the crystal room. The room was filled with milky white energy, and it was extremely dense to the point it seemed like milk. Of course, it wasn't milk but spirit energy. It was spirit energy that was dense to the point it was taking solid form. Yang Yi would naturally not be so shocked if it was just spirit energy. Because no matter how pure and abundant it was, it couldn't compare to his primordial violet energy. He was shocked because there was a small milky white demon beast at the center of the room. The little demon beast was round and chubby, and its fur was pure white. Its ears were very long and sharp like swords at the tip. Its little mouth seemed to form the numeral 3, and its cheeks were slightly puffer like it was holding its breath. Besides that, its tail was shaped like a lightning bolt, and it was pure milky white just like its body. Its body was ceaselessly emanating strands of white energy, and the white energy was flowing incessantly towards the surroundings and filling the room. What is that thing? Yang Yi frowned a little. Suddenly, the white little fellow opened its mouth, and then it spat out a palm-sized violet-colored crystal. Yang Yi was stunned when he saw the crystal. A violet crystal? How could that be possible? Yang Yi's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. After he arrived at the radiant dimension, had found out that there was another type of energy stone which surpassed extreme-grade energy stones. It was even purer and rarer than extreme-grade energy stones, and it was called violet crystals. The reason violet crystals didn't exist on Profounder Continent was because quintessence violet energy was needed to form such crystals, and the quintessence violet energy of Profounder Continent had vanished a long time ago. How precious were these violet crystals? To put it into perspective, a single violet crystal could be exchanged into 10 million extreme-grade energy stones, and there was even no supply for it at such a rate of exchange. Why was it so precious? Because it contained quintessence violet energy, and the purity of the energy within it wasn't something that extreme-grade energy stones could compare to. Violet crystals could be said to be only for saints. It was extremely difficult to form a violet crystal. At the very least, only certain spirit veins possessed by platinum rank powers were capable of forming such crystals, and it took at least 100 years to form. Now, such a previous violet crystal had actually come out from that white-colored little fellow's mouth, and there were a total of 5 sitting in front of it. Yang Yi was quite flabbergasted by such a scene. Meanwhile, the white little fellow gazed at Yang Yi, and Yang Yi noticed that its eyes were actually milk-white as well. The white little fellow gazed at Yang Yi for a while, and then it suddenly raised its little paw and stretched it towards Yang Yi. However, it had merely just stretched out slightly before a golden barrier of light appeared around the little fellow. As soon as its paw touched the golden light, the white little fellow immediately retracted its paw as if it had been shocked by electricity, and then an aggrieved expression appeared on its face. After that, 2 streams of milky white tears flowed out from its eyes. Even if he had a heart of stone, such a scene had melted Yang Yi's heart. Obviously, the white little fellow was being imprisoned here. How could Yang Yi just watch as something so tragic continued? Yang Yi walked over to the white little fellow and revealed a smile that he felt would seem extremely amiable. Do you want to leave this place? The white little fellow quickly nodded its head to the point its head almost hit the ground, and then it raised its head and seemed to be pleading with its eyes as it gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi asked, How long have you been imprisoned here? It raised its little paw, thought for a moment, and raised one of its claws. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched because the little fellow's claws didn't have tips, and they were completely round and fluffy as well. Yang Yi shook his head helplessly, and then patted his chest lightly. A ray of violet light flashed before the violet mink appeared on his shoulder. He hadn't intended to disturb her recuperation, but he had no other choice. Only the violet mink could communicate with the white little fellow. After she descended on his shoulder, she very casually wrapped her arms around his neck before rubbing her head incessantly against him. Were you recuperating or sleeping? Yang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw her seem like she was still groggy. Her round little face instantly turned slightly red, and she started rubbing her head even more rapidly against his face. After playing with her for a moment, the violet mink finally shot her gaze at the white little fellow. A trace of hostility immediately appeared in her eyes at first glance because the white little fellow made her feel threatened. Meanwhile, the white little fellow was looking at the violet mink as well, and its eyes were filled with curiosity. The violet mink pointed at the white little fellow, pointed at Yang Yi, and then started gesticulating while a cautioning gaze resided in her eyes. Slap! Yang Yi struck her but lightly and said, Stop that and speak. She glared at him with embarrassment. It's a girl. You're not allowed to have any ideas about her. Yang Yi's face darkened when he heard that. Am I such a person to you? The violet mink grunted, and then she turned around to gaze at the white little fellow and communicate with her. Yang Yi's gaze gradually turned solemn as the violet mink translated for him. It turned out that the white little fellow was actually a sprite king, but she was a sprite king of energy. What was a sprite king of energy? It was a sprite king born from spirit energy. As for how the white little fellow was born or where she was born, she had no memory of it. When Yang Yi told the violet mink to ask her about her abilities, her reply caused the corners of Yang Yi's mouth to twitch again. Because a sprite king of energy was slightly useless when compared to existences like Lei Lin and Xiao Ying. Because sprite kings of energy didn't possess any offensive ability. Of course, they were beyond precious as well. Because she could feed on spirit energy and create spirit energy. Besides that, she could even create violet crystals. That was why she was imprisoned here. According to her, the Welkin Wolf Demon King had imprisoned her here for over 600 years. At that time, the Welkin Wolf Demon King wasn't even a saint. Besides sleeping, she had been creating violet crystals throughout these 600+ years. Both Yang Yi and the violet mink fell silent when they found out about all of that. There was no hostility left in the violet mink's eyes, and there even was a shred of pity there. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a long time and said, I can free you, but I have a condition. The white little fellow didn't nod with agreement this time, and she gazed at Yang Yi with quite a pitiable expression instead. Obviously, she thought that he would imprison her to produce violet crystal just for him. Yang Yi said, I do intend to ask you to stay by my side. But don't worry, I won't imprison you. I only want you to stay with me for 10 years, and you have to give me those violet crystals if you have them during that time. After those 10 years pass, you can decide if you wish to continue staying by my side, and I won't stop you even if you intend to leave. The white little fellow's eyes lit up. 10 years were just a moment to her. After all, so long as they weren't affected by certain elements of the outside world, then existences born naturally from the world like her could live until this world was destroyed. However, she didn't really trust Yang Yi and gazed at the violet mink instead. The violet mink was an auspicious beast and frequently immersed herself in primordial violet energy, so it was very easy for other demon beasts and treasures to have a good feeling about her. The violet mink nodded. As soon as she saw the violet mink nod, she immediately gazed at Yang Yi and nodded to display her agreement. Yang Yi nodded lightly, and then he took a step forward. As soon as he did, a barrier of golden light appeared around the white little fellow, and it perfectly enveloped her. The violet mink rubbed Yang Yi's ear while worry and seriousness filled her eyes. Yang Yi smiled. "Don't worry. It'll be fine." Yang Yi walked towards the golden barrier of light while he spoke. Obviously, the barrier of light had been created by the Welkin Wolf Demon King. A terrifying wave of energy swept out from within it before Yang Yi had even got close. That wave of energy was very powerful as well. At this moment, the white little fellow had a solemn expression on her face, and there was also excitement and joy there. Yang Yi gazed at the golden barrier of light, and a wisp of ferocity flashed through his eyes. He took a step forward and released the sword domain. At the same time, he stretched out his right hand and slowly pressed it against the barrier of light. The violet mink held tightly to his ear while she sat on his shoulder, and her eyes were filled with anxiety. It didn't take long for Yang Yi's palm to come into contact with the barrier of light. In an instant, a ray of golden light erupted from it, but it didn't take long for that ray of golden light to be obliterated. It was the laws of decay. Yang Yi knew that even quasi-void rank slaughter intent and quasi-void rank sword intent would probably be helpless against a barrier of light created by a saint. The only way to break it open was the decay laws. Moreover, he was only confident in his ability to break it open because of the laws of decay. As soon as the energy of his decay laws came into contact with the golden barrier of light, the entire barrier instantly started trembling violently while countless rays of golden light erupted incessantly from it. However, the rays of golden light were instantly obliterated by Yang Yi's decay laws. However, it wasn't easy for Yang Yi as well, and his countenance had started to turn pale. It didn't take long for the golden light on the barrier to start dimming down. The white little fellow was overjoyed upon witnessing that scene, and it was so excited that it shed tears of joy. However, those tears were white, and they even transformed into spirit energy in the end. Time gradually flowed by, and 15 minutes passed just like that. Bang! A huge explosion resounded as the barrier of light exploded apart. "How dare you!" Suddenly, a furious howl resounded from high above in the sky, and it shot into the ground and caused the entire palace to shake violently. It was the Welkin Wolf Demon King's voice. Yang Yi's expression changed. Shit! He didn't have the time to think, and he just immediately grabbed the white little fellow and violet mink before placing them between his clothes at his chest. Of course, both of them could shrink themselves. After that, he didn't stay for a moment longer. He immediately left the room and went to the remaining rooms. This time, he didn't have the time to look at their contents, and he just madly plundered everything within them. As soon as he finished plundering the last room and just walked out from its entrance. Bang! The entrance of the palace suddenly opened up, and then almost 100 figures charged in. All of those figures were naturally wolf demons. However, they'd taken human form. After all, the palace was quite small in comparison to their original forms. Yang Yi was looking at them while they were looking at him. Both sides glared at each other. Yang Yi smiled with embarrassment as he said, "This is a misunderstanding. Trust me." Chapter 947. The two figures that led the group were those two wolves who guarded the entrance earlier, Elder Mo and Elder Bai. Both of their faces turned gloomy upon noticing Yang Yi, and their gloomy expressions became savage when they saw the Empress who was lying on the ground. "You!" Elder Mo raised his head to gaze at Yang Yi, and he was about to say something when Yang Yi vanished on the spot. "Block the exit!" Elder Mo roared furiously. In an instant, countless experts obstructed the entrance of the palace. At the same time, over 100 consciousnesses instantly swept out like a net that covered every corner of the palace. All of them had vigilant expressions on their faces, and they seemed like they were facing a formidable enemy. At this moment, not to mention a person, even the slightest movement in the air would be instantly noticed by them. However, after over 10 breaths of time passed, there were only demon beasts here and not a single person. It was like Yang Yi had vanished into thin air. Elder Bai spoke with a gloomy expression on his face. He's gone? Elder Mo had a savage expression on his face as he scanned the surroundings incessantly. That's impossible. He's definitely still here. I sealed the passageway before coming in here, and I even activated the grand formation that the king placed here. Not to mention him, even a saint wouldn't be able to leave without making a single sound. Elder Bai asked. So you're saying that he's still underground? Elder Mo replied. If I'm not wrong, then he's that fellow, Yan Yi, who possesses the energy of two types of laws. The laws of darkness and the laws of speed. Good. Very good. Looks like I wasn't mistaken just now. He definitely attached himself to the Emperor's shadow and snuck into the treasury. When he spoke up to this point, Elder Mo suddenly shouted, Everyone! Immediately attack your shadows! As soon as he finished speaking, all of them started attacking their shadows like madmen. A short while passed, but besides explosions, there wasn't even a trace of Yan Yi. Elder Mo frowned a little. Suddenly, Elder Bao's expression changed, and he said, Brother Mo, you're... An unexpected turn of events suddenly occurred at the same time that Elder Bai spoke. A shadow suddenly flashed out from the shadow behind Elder Mo, and then a dagger swept towards Elder Mo's nape. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Elder Mo was extremely shocked as well, because he sensed a strong feeling of danger. However, he didn't choose to flee because it was too late to do that now. Moreover, he didn't even have the time to counterattack. But it didn't take him long to calm down and turn around while numerous pitch-black scales appeared throughout his body. Clang! The scales had only just appeared when Elder Mo felt sharp pain come from his nape. However, a cold smile arose on the corners of his mouth because Yan Yi's attack hadn't been able to break through his defenses. Elder Mo didn't think too much about it, and he was just about to counterattack. However, a ray of red light suddenly enveloped him, and it caused him to be momentarily dazed while a scarlet-red hue appeared in his eyes. Elder Mo was shocked and hurriedly bit the tip of his tongue, and the sharp pain from it cleared his mind. However, another wave of invisible force suddenly pressed down upon him at the exact same time, and then... Hiss! A light swish resounded as a tiny bit of pain came from Elder Mo's nape. After that, an invisible force moved along that point and surged into his body. In an instant, Elder Mo's eyes opened wide while disbelief and astonishment filled them. But it didn't take long for the color in his eyes to dim down. Brother Mo! Elder Bai's eyes almost split apart from the rage and sorrow he felt, and he was just about to attack. However, a shadow suddenly flashed out from his shadow, and a dagger stabbed swiftly towards his nape. Hiss! A string of blood sprayed as Elder Bai's figure stiffened on the spot, and just like Elder Mo, his eyes were filled with disbelief at the moment of his death. Because there was a person behind him, and there was a person in front of him as well. There wasn't a single human here, there were two. From the moment Yan Yi attacked, to the death of both Elder Mo and Elder Bai, less than a breath of time had passed. So, the others here hadn't even recovered from their shock. After all, they were quite stunned when two humans had appeared here. But they were supreme experts in the end, so it didn't take long for them to recover, and then they charged at Yan Yi and Yu Wuying. Numerous waves of powerful energy appeared within the palace, causing even the space here to tremble violently. If the palace hadn't been reinforced by the Welkin Wolf Demon King's strength which was at the Saint Realm, it would have been blasted into pieces a long time ago. As the target of their attacks, both Yan Yi and Yu Wuying were blasted back repeatedly by the aura of these attacks. But it didn't take long for them to stop moving backwards because quasi-void rank sword intent and quasi-void rank slaughter intent had surged out from within Yan Yi, and they obstructed the powerful aura which came from the myriad of attacks before Yan Yi and Yu Wuying. Slash! Meanwhile, Yan Yi roared furiously as he swung his sword, and with two types of quasi-void rank intents supporting it, the resulting sword energy instantly obliterated all the approaching attacks. However, they immediately charged forward right after that. Yan Yi smiled coldly, and then both he and Yu Wuying vanished on the spot. Their disappearance was very strange, and it simply seemed like they'd evaporated into thin air. Be careful of your shadows! Some of the experts roared furiously. However, it was still a little too late. A stream of blood instantly sprayed from one of them, and then that expert's body fell slowly to the ground. Meanwhile, a strand of blood sprayed out from the throat of another middle-aged man. In less than half a breath of time, 3 bodies had fallen to the ground, and then they vanished just like Elder Mo and Elder Bai had. Moreover, more and more were still dying. All the demon beasts here were horrified. Because there were only 2 people killing them in the beginning, but it didn't take long for numerous black-clothed figures to appear here. In less than 2 breaths of time, there were actually 9 black figures here. Even though those black figures weren't as difficult to track as their first 2 opponents, they weren't much inferior. Moreover, those 9 black figures were actually able to disregard their physical defenses. It didn't take long for the wolves which were in human form right now fell run by run, and the group of 100 only had around 70 remaining. Moreover, that number was still decreasing swiftly. "Retreat! Retreat!" Some of the wolves shouted with rage. The others didn't dare stay for a moment longer upon hearing that, and they shot swiftly towards the exit. Actually, they would have absolutely not been killed with such ease if they were outside, and that included Elder Mo and Elder Bai. Because they weren't able to return to their original form while they remained within the palace. The palace was too small, and it couldn't accommodate their original forms at all. If they did return to their original form, then even Yan Ye's quasi-void rank sword intent wouldn't be able to pierce through their defenses with ease, and it was especially so for Elder Mo and Elder Bai. After all, demon beasts that took human form actually suffered a decline in strength. Of course, even if they collided with each other in head-on battle, Yan Ye's side wouldn't be weaker to the group of wolves. However, he wouldn't have been able to slaughter them like he was doing right now. After all, every single one of them was a high-rank half-saint. It didn't take long for all the wolves to charge out of the underground entrance. Yan Yi collected the corpses on the ground, placed his sword servants within the ancient sheath, and then quickly charged out of the underground area. After all, he could absolutely not stay here longer because they would definitely call for backup once they left the place. There weren't just numerous experts of Welkin Wolf Mountain Range here, the experts of Sky Divine Hall and the black-clothed men were here as well. So, he would be in huge trouble if all of them arrived here. As for continuing the slaughter, his brain was still working fine, so how could he possibly think that he could slaughter all the wolves here on the mountain range by himself? Now, all he wanted to do was flee. It didn't take long for Yan Yi to transform into a ray of light that charged out of the entrance. As he expected, there were countless wolves all around the exit. All the wolves were actually half-saints, and there were tens of thousands of them. Moreover, every single one of them possessed extremely strong auras. Obviously, they were elites that had experienced innumerable battles. Yan Ye's eyelids twitched upon witnessing such a scene. After all, if such an army of wolves were to attack the city, then he would die no matter how many lives he had. "Kill!" Someone suddenly roared with fury from amidst the army. "Awu!" Tens of thousands of wolves of the half-saint realm howled with fury, and their howls instantly transformed into sound waves that swept towards Yan Yi. The powerful sound wave created by the howls caused the clouds to ripple and surge like an ocean being struck by a gale. It was an absolutely shocking sight to behold. Yan Yi was immediately pushed almost 3 kilometers back from the force of the sound wave. Moreover, that was even under the circumstances that had utilized 2 quasi-void rank intents to resist the sound wave. If he hadn't, then there would be no need to fight the army of wolves anymore. Because just that sound wave would have been sufficient to blast him into bits. This is Welkin Wolf Mountain Range's true strength. Yan Yi had a solemn expression on his face as he gazed at the wolf army which was charging at him. If they were to fight him in single combat, then not one of them would be a match for him. However, if they joined forces, then not to mention fighting them, even the imposing aura they emanated was formidable enough to be quite difficult to resist. Fighting a single half-saint wasn't difficult to Yan Yi at all, nor were 100. Perhaps 1,000 would be slightly difficult, but 10,000 wasn't a force that he could resist. As for tens of thousands, Yan Yi was a man. He was no god. So, Yang Yi didn't hesitate to turn around and flee. He didn't hold back at all and flew on his sword. Moreover, he even utilized the laws of speed. So, he transformed into a fine thread of light that vanished into the horizon. However, it didn't take long for a large golden net to suddenly appear in the sky, and it bounced Yang Yi back to where he was just a moment ago. Actually, it should be said to have bounced Yang Yi to the ground. Bang! Yang Yi's figure smashed against the ground, but the ground didn't crack apart at all, and it merely shook violently. Yang Yi stood up and he looked up at the enormous net while he sensed the numbness throughout his body. After that, he transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the distance, and it didn't take long for him to arrive before the city on Welkin Wolf Peak under the effects of his sword control technique and laws of speed. A ray of light flashed and instantly struck the city gates. Bang! The city gates exploded into pieces. Yang Yi was just about to charge out when a golden net suddenly appeared at the destroyed city gates, and it wasn't the only place with such a formation. Golden nets had even appeared atop the city walls around him, and they merged with the golden net in the sky to form a huge golden net prison that enveloped the entirety of Welkin Wolf Peak. Yang Yi's face turned slightly gloomy. The profound energy within him surged madly, and he was just about to break through the golden net by force. However, 10 middle-aged men who wore white robes and held spears in their hands appeared at the entrance to the city, and they were led by an old man. Yang Yi knew the old man because it was that old man from Sky Divine Hall who had discussed how to kill him with the Wolf Empress and the black-clothed man in Welkin Wolf Hall. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed. His right leg moved slightly, and then he instantly vanished on the spot. Bang! Suddenly, a ray of dazzling light suddenly appeared in the sky. The light was like a scorching sun that illuminated every single corner and the surroundings. At this moment, there wasn't a single shadow here. As for Yang Yi, his whereabouts were instantly revealed by the illumination. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of wolves had converged around the city walls. Moreover, it wasn't just wolves that were here, there were over 1,000 human experts with longbows in their hands, and every single one of them were actually high-rank half-saints. At the same time, 6 black-clothed men suddenly appeared around Yang Yi, and the black-clothed man who led the ground laughed coldly. Yang Yi, where are you going to run now? Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then a slightly savage smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. You refuse to let me leave, huh? All right. Then I won't leave. Chapter 948. You can't leave! The leader of the black-clothed men in Yu said. Yang Yi, unless a saint comes here today, otherwise you're doomed. How confident of you! Yang Yi laughed coldly. All I want to ask is if you dare to fight me in single combat? And Yes' eyelids twitched. He was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly pointed a finger at him and spoke loudly. According to rumor, geniuses are numerous like dogs throughout the Central Divine Prefecture, and every single one of them possesses extraordinary combat strength. Today I, Yang Yi, would like to experience the strength of someone from the Central Divine Prefecture like you. So, do you dare to fight me? If I can't kill you within 10 moves, then I, Yang Yi, will take my own life. Clamorous noise immediately resounded in the surroundings. How arrogant! Absolutely arrogant. Beyond arrogant. That was what everyone thought at this moment. After all, they were very well aware that Yu was from the Central Divine Prefecture. It wasn't just the experts of Sky Divine Hall who were curious about the Central Divine Prefecture, even the demon beasts were the same. Because the Central Divine Prefecture was a place of legends to them. Supposedly, the Central Divine Prefecture had innate saints and monstrous geniuses who could kill saints while at the high rank of the half-saint realm. Supposedly, the so-called geniuses of Pine Prefecture were common like sand there. However, they'd never witnessed the strength of the geniuses from the Central Divine Prefecture. Now they had the chance, and it wasn't just one genius from the Central Divine Prefecture. The members of Sky Divine Hall and the wolf demons gazed at Yu. In their opinion, Yang Yi was captured within their net, so he couldn't escape no matter what. So, they didn't mind wasting some time if they could witness the strength of a genius from the Central Divine Prefecture before they killed Yang Yi. And Yes' expression grew more and more unsightly as all the others watched. If he were to refuse now, then he would definitely not be the only one to lose face. Even the Central Divine Prefecture would be humiliated as well. Because Yes' cultivation was much superior to Yang Yi, and Yang Yi had even bragged that he would take his own life if he couldn't kill Yu within 10 moves. If he were to refuse under such circumstances, then it wouldn't just be the Welkin Wolf clan and the members of Sky Divine Hall who looked down on him, even the other 5 black-clothed men might look down on him. Yan Yi's words had left him with no way out. He didn't fear Yang Yi. While Yang Yi possessed 2 laws and 2 quasi-void rank intents, it was a huge joke to say that Yang Yi could kill him within 10 moves. He was quite worried that Yang Yi was scheming something because the confrontations he had with Yang Yi had allowed him to realize that Yang Yi was quite shameless. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly laughed coldly and said, "Genius from the Central Divine Prefecture, don't tell me that you're afraid. Don't worry, you just have to admit it, and I'll immediately take back what I said. After all, I disdain to bully others. There's no need to try and egg me on." And you walked forward and stopped just 30 m away from Yang Yi. "I know that you're definitely planning something. However, let me tell you that you're wasting your energy no matter what you try. Because you'll definitely be incapable of killing me within 10 moves. Of course, I can't kill you within 10 moves as well. Perhaps I can give it a try if I'm allowed 100 moves, but the precondition is that you don't flee," Yang Yi said. "Since you've agreed, then cut the crap and fight me. Then bring it on." And Yes' voice was quite ferocious. When they noticed that the battle would erupt at any moment, the experts of Sky Divine Hall and the Welkin Wolf clan moved around 3 kilometers back. Both of them were extraordinary experts, so the aftershock of their battle would definitely not be weak, and they didn't want to be struck by it. Once all of them moved back, Yang Yi took a deep breath, and 100 swords floated around him, while his body started floating up along with the swords. After that, a strand of terrifying sword intent surged out from within him and instantly wrapped around those swords. The sword intent made the swords seem as if they'd come to life, and all of them shook violently while even the space around them rippled incessantly. It was a shocking sight. The experts of Sky Divine Hall and the Welkin Wolf clan revealed solemn expressions on their faces. And Yes' expression grew slightly solemn as well. Because Yang Yi was clearly about to execute some sort of formidable sword technique. So, he who was facing Yang Yi would naturally not underestimate Yang Yi or act carelessly. "This attack of mine..." Suddenly Yang Yi spoke as he floated in midair. "This attack of mine is called the Death of All Gods. It was created by the founding ancestor of my ancient sword school, and it possesses the might to slaughter saints." The faces of all the spectators changed upon hearing Yang Yi. After all, the ancient sword school's founding ancestor was an expert who'd surpassed the saint realm. Would a technique created by an existence who'd surpassed the saint realm be weak? It would be at the divine rank at least. So, they moved around another kilometer back when they realized that because they were absolutely afraid of being struck by the aftershock. Moreover, some human experts even created profound energy barriers around themselves, while some even withdrew defensive treasures to protect themselves. It wasn't that they were cowards. It was because they were clearly aware of the strength Yang Yi possessed. Not to mention anything else, just his quasi-void rank sword intent was enough to make them take him seriously. And Yes' expression turned completely solemn. He raised his hands up, and then 2 black vortexes appeared on his palms. As soon as they appeared there, even the space around him had actually started warping. Its aura wasn't inferior to Yang Yi's attack at all. "It'll kill you with just a single swing!" Meanwhile, Yang Yi roared furiously, and it resounded like a thunderclap that shook the hearts and ears of all the spectators. After that, they saw the swords around Yang Yi suddenly emanate countless rays of light, and they seemed like a scorching sun that instantly covered the entire sky and the city gates. Moreover, his powerful sword intent was so sharp that some comparatively weaker demon beasts and cultivators didn't even dare to look straight at it. All the spectators were shocked by this scene, and they hurriedly took around another 1 kilometer back. And yes, pupils constricted slightly, and the vortices in his palms started spinning swiftly. Of course, while the sword energy Yan Yi revealed was powerful, it wasn't sufficient to make them act like that. The cause of their shock was actually because they thought that Yan Yi was about to execute some sort of terrifying technique. Kill! Meanwhile, Yan Yi's furious roar resounded amidst the dazzling sword energy, and then countless rays of light shot towards Yu and instantly arrived before him. How could Yu dare to act carelessly when facing them? He immediately grabbed those vortexes and slapped them towards the space in front of him. Two extremely terrifying suction forces suddenly erupted from the vortexes, and they instantly sucked away the sword energy. In just a breath of time, all the sword energy was gone. That's all? Everyone here was quite stunned. That's all that technique, the death of all gods, had? That's the divine rank technique created by the ancient sword school's founding ancestor? That's the extent of its strength. All of them were puzzled, and they looked towards Yan Yi. However, that spot he was standing on just now was completely empty. Bang! Suddenly, a huge explosion resounded from the city gates in the distance. They looked over and saw that Yan Yi had suddenly appeared there. Moreover, the golden net which covered the city gates actually had numerous cracks on it. Shit! We've been fooled! It was a diversion! The voice of the white-robed old man from Sky Divine Hall resounded. In an instant, all the cultivators and demon beasts here recovered from their shock, and then fury immediately surged within them. After all, Yan Yi had played them like monkeys. Kill him! Awu! Countless half-saints from both the demon race and human race charged in Yan Yi's direction. Bang! Meanwhile, the golden net shook violently, and then it dispersed before their eyes. After all, they watched as Yan Yi transformed into a ray of light and vanished behind the city gates. Head fled. Just like that. All of them were stunned. After all, a monarch realm cultivator had fled while surrounded by tens of thousands of half-saints, and over 1,000 high-rank half-saints. The cultivators and demon beasts here didn't choose to pursue him, and it included Yu and the others. After all, if Yan Yi, who possessed the laws of speed and laws of darkness, was determined to flee, then unless they had a saint to help them or a formation to trap him, it was impossible to stop him no matter how many high-rank half-saints they had. What an insult to sword cultivators! Meanwhile, Longface spoke angrily. To think I felt that he possessed the pride of a sword cultivator. I never expected him to actually be such a shameless coward. Humph! I'll definitely break his neck if I encounter him. You're wrong! Meanwhile, the white-robed old man suddenly said, That was a smart decision. Under such circumstances, he would still die regardless of whether he won or lost. If we want to blame someone, then we can only blame ourselves for being careless and curious. Of course, he is shameless. As he finished speaking, the old man's voice carried a trace of fury. Obviously, he was quite displeased from being tricked by Yan Yi. It'll be difficult to kill him next time. Meanwhile, Yu spoke abruptly. I know that he was planning something, but I never expected him to be planning on fleeing. I'm just quite curious. How did he break open the formation in such a short period? Even I can't break open that formation. Of course, I could give it a try if I was given some time, but it would be absolutely impossible for him to break it open with such ease. How did he accomplish that? The white-robed old man spoke with a solemn expression. Looks like he's much more mysterious than we imagined. He is indeed. And Yu continued. If he attains the high rank of the half-saint realm. No, even if he only breaks through to the half-saint realm, even the 5 top geniuses of Pine Prefecture wouldn't be able to kill him. At that time, your prefecture won't just have 5 top geniuses, it would have 6. What a pity, the old man said. He would have definitely died if we swarmed him earlier. What a waste. Alas! And Yu shook his head slightly, and waved his right hand. The light in the sky, which had already started dimming, was instantly dispersed, and the surroundings returned to normal. Let's head to the Grand Hall to discuss what we should do next. The white-robed old man nodded and was about to speak, but something unexpected suddenly occurred. The shadow behind Enyu suddenly started wriggling. Enyu noticed it, and he didn't have to give it any thought to realize who it was. Enyu was horrified because had clearly not expected Yang Yi to come back. The vortexes in his hand had only just appeared when a dagger pressed against his nape. After that, Yang Yi's voice resounded. I told you that I'd kill you within 10 moves, how could I go back on my word? Unfortunately, you're too weak, and I don't need to use 10 moves. Just 2 will suffice. Chapter 949. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, a string of blood sprayed out from Enyu's nape, and then his figure stiffened while his eyes opened wide. There was disbelief and regret in his eyes. He hadn't expected that Yang Yi, who'd escaped with great difficulty, would actually come back and even kill him first. It didn't take long for the light in his eyes to dim down. After he killed Enyu, Yang Yi didn't stop. He immediately placed Enyu's corpse in the ancient sheath, and then he attacked the other 5 black-clothed men. They were caught off guard and 2 of them were killed in an instant, whereas the last 3 were slaughtered by the sword servants, which Yang Yi sent to kill them. All of this occurred in an instant. Less than 2 breaths of time had passed since Yang Yi appeared here, and the 6 black-clothed men died. In other words, most of the people here hadn't even recovered from their shock, yet Enyu and the others had been annihilated. After he placed their corpses within the ancient sheath, Yang Yi's figure flashed and transformed into a ray of light that shot out of the city. Yang Yi! Where do you think you're going? Suddenly, a furious howl resounded, and then a long ray of light flashed and instantly obstructed Yang Yi's path. The white-robed old man was within the ray of light. The old man roared furiously as he slapped his palms at Yang Yi, and 2 powerful arcs of white light swept forward and instantly dispersed the sword energy which covered Yang Yi. Moreover, Yang Yi was forcefully pushed back by over 50 as well, causing him to be pushed back into the city. Awu! Meanwhile, the tens of thousands of half-saint realm demon wolves in the city howled furiously in unison, and a seemingly material soundwave transformed into a tornado that swept towards Yang Yi. Moreover, countless wolves behind the soundwave leaped up into the air and charged towards Yang Yi. The imposing aura that came from the charge of tens of thousands of half-saints seemed like a myriad of mountains as it pressed down upon Yang Yi, and it caused even the space around him to warp. Yang Yi's expression changed slightly. He naturally couldn't allow himself to be locked in battle. After all, once that happened, then he would really be unable to escape. Yang Yi stomped his right foot against the ground, and the ground shook violently while his figure transformed once more into a ray of light that shot towards the old man. Yang Yi seemed to have transformed into a fine and long ray of light, while under the effects of his laws of speed and sword control technique. The Herculean sword was in his grasp. He hadn't chosen to go around the old man because the old man wouldn't give him a chance to do that. So, Yang Yi grabbed the Herculean sword with both hands and swung it at the old man. Because his speed was too swift and coupled with the fact that he was utilizing his full strength, the force carried by the Herculean sword was extremely terrifying, and even space was torn apart in its wake. The old man's face had changed violently when Yang Yi swung his sword. Because it was too swift to the point he couldn't dodge it at all. Even if he couldn't actually dodge it. Because once Yang Yi left the city, then unless a saint were to act against Yang Yi, it would be practically impossible to kill Yang Yi. A wisp of ferocity flashed through the old man's eyes as he flipped his palm, and a huge white shield appeared in his grasp. The profound energy within him surged madly into the white shield, causing the various symbols on it to suddenly start circulating. After that, layer upon layer of white energy barriers appeared on the surface of the shield, and in less than a tenth of a breath of time, almost 1,000 white energy barriers were covering the shield. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's Herculean sword struck the huge shield. Bang! A loud explosion resounded as the space around them instantly cracked apart, and countless fine spatial rifts were spreading incessantly towards the surroundings. The old man behind the shield spat out a mouthful of blood, and then both he and the shield were pushed back. Meanwhile, The Herculean sword was still pressing down upon the shield, and the energy barriers on it were exploding incessantly before the powerful force contained within the Herculean sword. At the same time, waves of energy were sweeping out incessantly from the point of collision, and it was an extremely shocking sight. Meanwhile, the old man was still being pushed back. Just like that, the old man was pushed out of the city and started being pushed down the mountain. During this entire process, he couldn't stop himself no matter how hard he tried. There were tens of thousands of half-saints behind the two of them, and there were over 1,000 high-rank half-saints amongst them. Besides that, countless wolf demons had suddenly started to converge ahead. However, those wolf demons didn't dare to come close at all, and they weren't able to approach as well. Because Yang Yi and the old man's speed were so swift that they were almost unable to catch sight of Yang Yi and the old man's figures. Mouthful after mouthful of blood was spraying from the old man's mouth while his figure was pushed backwards, and the energy barriers on the huge white shield had vanished. Yang Yi's Herculean sword was pressing against the shield itself, and so the force that the old man endured had grown even stronger. So, even his hands had started to split open. "You're trying to stop me with just this amount of strength?" A cold smile curled up onto the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. At this moment, the old man suddenly felt a strand of horror arise from the depths of his heart. He was just about to react to it, but a shadow had suddenly appeared behind him, and then a dagger stabbed against his nape. It didn't encounter any obstruction as it pierced through. The dagger was flicked lightly, and then the old man's head flew into the air. A torrent of blood shot into the sky. Yang Yi stretched out his hand and grabbed the white shield before placing it into the ancient sheath. The white shield had been able to stop his Herculean sword, which was enhanced by quasi-void rank sword intent and quasi-void rank slaughter intent, so it was definitely not ordinary. Thus, he intended to keep it. After that, Yu Wuying didn't vanish. Her figure flashed and merged into Yang Yi's shadow instead. It came from a sudden flash of inspiration of his. Since Yu Wuying and he possessed the laws of darkness, then didn't it mean that both of them could hide in each other's shadows? Just think about it. What would happen if another person suddenly emerged from his shadow while he was in battle? While Yu Wuying hid in his shadow, she wouldn't just be able to strike a lethal blow at the critical moment, she could even be a form of protection against the surprise attacks of others. In short, it didn't just give him a powerful bodyguard, it was even a superb method to take his opponents by surprise and kill them. Yang Yi was about to leave. However, his expression suddenly changed slightly, and then he took the Herculean sword in both hands and slashed it. Clang! It struck a golden arrow. Unexpectedly, the fine arrow didn't crack apart, and it was Yang Yi's Herculean sword that trembled violently instead. After that, his figure was pushed around 300 m back. A slightly solemn expression appeared in his eyes as he gazed at his palm, which had cracked open. He raised his head and looked up into the sky. At this moment, 1,000 high-rank half-saints who held golden longbows in their hands were standing in the sky, and all of their bows were fully drawn while golden arrows were ready on their bowstrings. "Soul pursuit!" A voice suddenly resounded, and then the sounds of 1,000 bowstrings being released resounded. In the next moment, 1,000 arrows rained down from the sky and shot towards Yang Yi. The arrows weren't disorderly. Conversely, they formed a row as they descended, and it was like an extremely long golden arrow descending from the sky. How terrifying was the converged strength of 1,000 high-rank half-saints. In any case, a chill ran down Yang Yi's spine. He didn't dare allow himself to be locked in battle, so he turned around and transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the distance. Yang Yi arrived around 10 kilometers away in just a breath of time. However, his expression suddenly changed once more. He turned around to look and saw that an arrow had pierced through space and arrived in front of him, whereas the last in the string of arrows was still within the spatial rift. "It really does pursue the soul!" A wisp of ferocity arose in Yang Yi's eyes. He took the Herculean sword in both hands and swung it. This time, he used all his strength, and he even enhanced it with quasi-void rank sword intent. The powerful force carried by the Herculean sword caused the space around him to split apart. Bang! The sword and arrow collided. Both shook violently while Yan Ye's expression changed, and then his figure was blasted around 3 kilometers back. As soon as he stopped moving back, the golden arrow appeared in front of him again, and the terrifying energy carried within it caused the space around them to warp. The corners of Yan Ye's mouth twitched. He didn't dare allow it to strike him because he didn't have the slightest doubt that it was absolutely capable of piercing his body with ease. Moreover, once it did pierce his body, then the terrifying might within it would definitely take a mere instant to blast his internal organs into pieces. Yan Yi swung the Herculean sword again. Bang! A huge explosion resounded. This time, Yan Yi was blasted flying. Just like that, the arrow was constantly following close behind Yan Yi like a ghost. In the end, Yan Yi stopped choosing to run from it. A vicious aura surged onto his face as he gazed at the arrow which had arrived before him again, and then he flipped his left palm. The ancient sheath appeared in his left grasp. He condensed an intense sword, sheathed it, and then drew it swiftly. Oem! A beam of sword energy that carried 25 overlapped heavenrand and was enhanced by both quasi-void rank sword intent and quasi-void rank slaughter intent instantly struck the arrow. That wasn't the end of it. There were 2 more beams of sword energy which contained 25 overlapped heavenrands behind the once beam of sword energy. Bang! Explosions resounded incessantly. Countless strands of sword energy dispersed towards the surroundings and instantly flattened the area. A short while passed before the waves of energy dispersed, and the golden arrows had vanished. Yan Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he witnessed this scene, and then he slumped down to the ground. After all, he was completely exhausted after successively releasing 3 beams of sword energy that carried 25 overlapped heavenrands. Yan Yi! You're exhausted now, huh? Suddenly, a man arrived here. It was Long Fei from Sky Divine Hall. Long Fei walked step by step towards Yan Yi while a cold smile could be seen on his face. Yan Yi, I have to admit that you're very strong. Even my Sky Divine Hall's Arrow Guards joint forces wasn't able to kill you. Unfortunately, you'll be dying at my hands in the end. I've been looking for a chance to make a name for myself. Unfortunately, I've been unable to fulfill my wish. If I kill you today, then my name, Long Fei, will definitely shock Pine Prefecture. As he spoke, Long Fei's figure shot towards Yan Yi. Yan Yi! Die! Chapter 950. Long Fei had been following him since Yan Yi left the city. As for the reason, it was to look for an opportunity to kill Yan Yi, of course. Unfortunately, not only had he been unable to find such an opportunity all along the way, he had witnessed how terrifying Yan Yi was, so had almost decided to give up on continuing his pursuit. Because he wasn't confident in his ability to kill Yan Yi. However, he hadn't imagined that the heavens would have given him a chance. Because Yan Yi was actually heavily injured and exhausted. It was an absolutely rare opportunity. So, Long Fei didn't give it up and acted immediately. But it didn't take long for him to stop because Yan Yi had stood up, and there was a huge sword in Yan Yi's grasp. The expression on Long Fei's face had turned solemn as he gazed at the huge sword, and even a wisp of fear had flashed through the depths of his eyes. After all, Long Fei still remembered the scene from before when Yan Yi swung his sword. Yan Yi laughed coldly when he saw Long Fei stop. What? Didn't you want to kill me and make a name for yourself? To be honest, my profound energy has dried up, and am even completely exhausted. You won't have another chance if you don't act now. Long Fei spoke fiercely. Do you think I wouldn't dare? Yan Yi laughed coldly. Then hurry up. Long Fei had an utterly fierce expression on his face while strands of terrifying aura surged out explosively from within him, and every single shred of it pressed down upon Yan Yi. However, it hadn't even arrived in front of Yan Yi before his sword intent blasted it apart. Long Fei's expression changed slightly at the sight of that, and he became slightly hesitant to attack. Trash! Yan Yi glanced coldly at Long Fei, and then took a step forward. Yan Yi's figure actually instantly vanished before Long Fei's eyes. Long Fei's expression was unsightly to the extreme as he stood there on the spot. Head wanted to attack. He really wanted to. But for some reason, he felt fearful and hesitant when he saw Yang Yi's calm and composed appearance. Especially when he recalled how Yang Yi had killed high-rank half-saints like dogs just now, there was a voice in the depths of his heart which kept telling him not to do it. Moreover, when he intended to force himself to attack, the scene of Yang Yi killing Yin Yu and the others couldn't help but appear in his mind. At this moment, Long Fei was astounded to notice that Yang Yi had actually become deeply imprinted in his mind just like Lu Qianxiao was. Both of them were impossible to defeat. Not even 2 breaths of time passed before over 1,000 high-rank half-saints with longbows in their hands arrived here. "There's no sign of him." The middle-aged man who led the group gazed into the distance with a gloomy expression. A long time passed before he withdrew his gaze and said, "I never expected that it wasn't just his speed which was extremely swift, he was even able to overcome an attack which carried our combined strength. He really is extraordinary." When he spoke up to this point, the middle-aged man gazed at Long Fei. "Long Fei, did you fight him?" Long Fei's eyelids twitched a little, and then he said, "We exchanged over 100 blows. I thought that I would be able to capture him, but I allowed him to escape in a moment of carelessness." The middle-aged man frowned a little. Obviously, he didn't really believe Long Fei. Meanwhile, Long Fei added, "Of course, the reason he lost to me was mainly because he'd been heavily injured by your combined archery technique, Soul Pursuit. Otherwise, I would be the one who would have had to flee." The middle-aged man's brows eased up when he heard this. Because it made sense. He immediately nodded and said, "Let's return to Welkin Wolf Peak. The Divine Hall will be sending a gold-robed guardian soon." "A gold-robed guardian!" Long Fei cried out involuntarily. "A saint? Our Divine Hall is sending a saint?" The middle-aged man nodded slightly and said, "The destruction of Ocean of Clouds Academy carries great implications, and it's extremely important to our Sky Divine Hall. So, we won't hesitate to pay any price in order to conquer it. It isn't just us. Welkin Wolf Mountain Range has gone to Phantom Cave Mountain Range to seek help from their ally, the Python clan. It'll be the true final battle this time. Let's go!" As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man and the others vanished on the spot. As for Long Fei, he remained silent there before he left as well. Around 15 minutes passed before there was some slight movement below one of the piles of leaves on the ground, and it didn't take long for a person to appear there. It was Yang Yi. He hadn't left just now. It wasn't because he didn't want to, it was because he really didn't have the energy to leave. Had almost fully exhausted his profound energy during the battles in the underground palace and on Welkin Wolf Peak. Moreover, had executed 3 beams of sword energy which contained 25 overlapped heavenrands while he was escaping down the mountain. That had practically exhausted all his profound energy. Actually, he was using only his physical strength when he resisted that attack from those high-rank half-saints with longbows. In short, he wasn't lying when he told Long Fei that his profound energy had dried up, and he was completely exhausted. At that moment, he really didn't have any energy left. Otherwise, he would have killed Long Fei on the spot. Had intended to summon one of his sword servants to kill Long Fei, but had suddenly sensed the auras of the group of 1,000 high-rank half-saints. That discovery made him decisively abandon his intention to kill Long Fei and immediately conceal himself. All of them were high-rank half-saints. While his sword servants were strong, but they were hopelessly outnumbered, so it was utterly impossible for him to win in a battle against them. Moreover, once he was locked in battle and the other demon beasts caught up, then he would really be unable to leave. Yang Yi didn't choose to leave right away. He found a concealed place to hide, and then withdrew some extreme-grade energy stones and started to absorb them. Meanwhile, the white little fellow and the violet mink leaped out from between his clothes. The white little fellow glanced at the surroundings, and as she looked and looked, 2 streams of pure white tears suddenly started flowing down her face. They were tears of spirit energy. As soon as she emerged, changes instantly occurred in the surroundings. The spirit energy all around here suddenly started surging madly towards her, and it grew greater and greater in volume to the point it actually formed a vortex of spirit energy. Yan Yi and the violet mink were stunned. What sort of monster is she? Yan Yi and the violet mink watched as more and more vortices of spirit energy surged into the white little fellow, and she inhaled them greedily and seemed as if she was intoxicated. Slap! Suddenly Yang Yi struck her lightly on the head. Stop that! Quickly! The white little fellow blinked and gazed at Yang Yi with a puzzled gaze. In the end, she seemed as if she'd understood something and waved her little claw. Countless vortices of spirit energy surged into Yang Yi, causing his entire body to feel comfortable while an intoxicated expression appeared on his face as well. The white little fellow smiled upon seeing that, and then she started inhaling the spirit energy again. Slap! Suddenly, the violet mink slapped Yang Yi on the head. Yang Yi immediately returned to his senses, and he couldn't help but blush when he recalled how he had reacted just now. After that, he hurriedly slapped the white little fellow on her head and said, Stop that! Quickly! Countless people will be drawn over if you continue. Her ability was too terrifying. It caused the spirit energy in the surroundings to surge towards her, and it was an extremely shocking scene. Moreover, it seemed like it was only just the beginning. So, how could Yang Yi dare to let her continue? He hurriedly stopped her, or countless old living fossils would be drawn over, and there might even be saints amongst them. The white little fellow glanced at Yang Yi with an aggrieved expression, and it was like she was saying that she'd shared some with him. Slap! The violet mink suddenly slapped the white little fellow on the head. Stop trying to act cute! As soon as she finished speaking, her face turned slightly rosy. She quickly closed her mouth and slapped the white little fellow's head 2 more times. The white little fellow seemed to have a very good impression of the violet mink. Not only was she not the slightest bit angry from being slapped on the head, she even flew over to the violet mink and shared countless strands of spirit energy to the violet meaning, while seeming to try to curry favor with her. The violet mink's face eased up slightly. She pointed at Yang Yi, pointed at herself, pointed at the white little fellow, and then started to wave her little claws. She seemed to be saying that Yang Yi was hers, and the white little fellow wasn't allowed to even think about getting him. The white little fellow glanced at the violet mink, glanced at Yang Yi, and nodded with ignorance. Yang Yi laughed bitterly as he shook his head, and then he gazed at the white little fellow and said, You aren't allowed to do that again unless you get my permission. All right? Because doing that will attract a huge amount of bad people, and those bad people are extremely strong. Moreover, if they see you, then they'll definitely capture you and imprison you. Are you still not afraid now? As soon as she heard Yang Yi mention being imprisoned, the white little fellow's body shivered slightly, and then she jumped into Yang Yi's arms and shook her little head incessantly. Moreover, her tears even started flowing without end. Obviously, she'd become truly traumatized from being locked up for hundreds of years. The violet mink was furious when she saw the white little fellow jump into Yang Yi's arms. However, when she saw the white little fellow sobbing, she puckered her lips and slapped her little claw down on Yang Yi's head instead. It was as if Yang Yi had done something wrong instead. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. A long time passed before Yang Yi was able to console both the little fellows, and then he started to absorb the energy within extreme-grade energy stones like a madman. 2 hours later, Yang Yi had practically recovered completely, and he started to refine sword servants. Another 6 hours passed before Yang Yi completed the refinement of the last 6 black-clothed men and the corpse of Elder Bai and Elder Mo. At this moment, he had 17 formidable sword servants. Even if Yu Wuing was excluded, those 13 black-clothed men were extremely terrifying as well. Because if he didn't utilize the laws of decay and the sword domain, then even he couldn't beat their joint forces in a head-on collision. Besides them, Elder Mo and Elder Bai were extremely strong as well. Because Yang Yi noticed that their defensive capabilities upon returning to their original form wasn't inferior to the gold-robed man at all. So, Yang Yi's group was strong to an extremely terrifying extent now. Of course, it was still powerless before a saint. Yang Yi put the sword servants away, raised the ancient sheath in his hand, and said, "Let me see what that treasury had." As he spoke, Yan Ye's consciousness sunk into the space within the ancient sheath, and he was immediately stunned upon laying eyes on the treasures within it. After that, he instantly leaped up from the ground. "I'm rich! I'm rich! I'm fucking rich!" Chapter 951. There was a dense ocean of inner cores there. There were over 10,000 of them, and the worst was at the half-saint realm. How terrifying was it to look at over 10,000 inner cores from half-saints. The two publicly acknowledged currencies in the radiant dimension were extreme-grade energy stones and inner cores. They were popular currencies throughout the past because they were needed for all things like setting up formations, crafting talismans, and cultivating. If the inner cores of demon beasts were compared to extreme-grade energy stones, then its value was far superior. Especially the inner cores of demon beasts at the monarch realm and above. Because they were prerequisites to set up formations, craft talismans, and refine weapons. Moreover, formations and offensive structures like the Grand Formation and energy cannons on Ocean of Clouds City required inner cores to be activated. However, the Pine Prefecture had 12 demon kings, so how could anyone dare to kill demon beasts at the monarch realm and above without any restraint? Under such circumstances, inner cores were naturally much more precious than extreme-grade energy stones. A single inner core from a half-saint was comparable to the value of 1,000,000 extreme-grade energy stones, and there was no supply. So how many extreme-grade energy stones could 10,000 be exchanged for? Yan Yi didn't try to count it. In any case, it was a huge amount that would be sufficient for him to use on himself for a lifetime. Yan Yi took a deep breath and suppressed the joy and excitement in his heart. He looked towards the side, and the contents of the treasure room were there. Compared to the inner cores, the number of treasures from the treasure room was quite scarce as there were only 10. However, Yan Ye's heart started thumping again. Because the weakest amongst them was at the saint rank, and there even was one at the divine rank. Yan Ye's gaze descended onto the divine rank treasure first. It had quite a weird appearance. It was a palm-sized green cube. It was completely green, and it was spinning slowly. Besides the cube, there were 9 other saint rank treasures, but all of them were low-grade saint rank treasures. At this moment, all of those treasures had moved far away from the cube as if they feared it. Yan Yi pondered deeply for a moment before he issued a command in his heart, and he left the space within the ancient sheath. At the same time, he took the green cube out with him. Yan Yi walked over to it. Suddenly, a ray of dazzling green light erupted from it and smashed towards Yan Yi. Yan Ye's expression didn't change at all. His quasi-void rank intent swept out from within him and obstructed the green light, and then a moment of silence ensued before an explosion erupted. The dazzling green light was blasted into pieces. Meanwhile, the green cube suddenly shook violently and grew around 100 times larger before trapping Yan Yi within it. Yan Ye's expression changed a little when he witnessed this scene, because he noticed that the space within the cube had suddenly changed. Its structure had changed. The structure of the space around him had been altered. Before this, the space around him was normally orientated, but the space within the cube had actually warped and overlapped. Now, the space around him actually didn't have the orientations of up, down, left, and right. There was only a strange warped and overlapped form of space. Such circumstances were very strange, extremely strange. In any case, Yan Yi had never encountered such a scene in his life. At this moment, he sensed a terrifying force start pulling against him, and it seemed to intend to warp and fold him as well. Yan Yi was shocked by this. He hurriedly released his quasi-void rank sword intent and slaughter intent. However, he noticed to his shock that they were actually instantly warped upon appearing here. Moreover, they were completely imprisoned by a mysterious force. Besides that, Yan Yi noticed to his astonishment that he was actually unable to move right now. "What is that?" Yan Yi had a solemn expression on his face. At this moment, he recalled what the Wolf Empress had said in the hall. She had said that there was a divine rank treasure called the Dimensional Cube which could trap him. Moreover, even saints wouldn't be able to escape it in a short period. Obviously, the green cube before him was that dimensional cube. If she wasn't lying, then the dimensional cube could even trap saints. Perhaps it would only last for a short while, but that was still extremely terrifying to him. The strength of a saint surpassed the energy of the laws, and it even transcended the world. It could be said that very few things in the world could pose a threat to saints. However, the dimensional cube could affect such saints, so how terrifying was that? Even though the dimensional cube was only reacting instinctively and protecting itself, Yang Yi didn't dare underestimate it at all. Since his slaughter intent and sword intent were useless against it, Yang Yi released his sword domain. As soon as the sword domain appeared, the surroundings were completely covered in pitch-black darkness while the tearing force immediately stopped. At the same time, the space around him started to wriggle slowly. Yang Yi was the overlord within the sword domain. So, while the dimension cube was strong, it wasn't being controlled by anyone, so it didn't have the ability to break open his sword domain. It didn't take long for the space around him to return to normal, while the dimension cube returned to its original size. After that, it instinctively intended to flee, but it was forcefully suppressed by Yang Yi's sword domain, sword intent, and slaughter intent. Yang Yi walked over to it, and pondered deeply for a long time while looking at it. After that, he flipped his palm, and the Herculean sword appeared in his grasp before he pointed it at the cube. "Submit or die." Yang Yi gazed coldly at it while speaking without a shred of emotion in his voice. He knew that it could understand him. The cube trembled violently while a strand of green light suddenly erupted from within it. However, it had only just shot forward when Yang Yi's sword intent and slaughter intent obliterated it. A ferocious glow flashed through his eyes. "Do you think that I can't destroy you?" As he spoke, a strand of decay laws appeared on the tip of his sword. In an instant, the air around that spot was obliterated. At the same time, a black spot in space appeared there as well. Moreover, that black spot was about to spread, but Yang Yi's sword domain suppressed it. Yang Yi didn't know whether his decay laws could pose a threat to saints, as had never tried it. However, he was confident that it could pose a threat to the cube before him. As soon as the decay laws appeared here, the cube started to tremble. It was terrified. "I'll give you one last chance. Submit or die." Yang Yi's voice sounded ferocious. At the same time, the tip of his sword moved slightly close to the cube. The cube started trembling even more violently. "You refuse? Then die." Ferocity covered Yang Yi's face as he took the Herculean sword in both hands and swiftly smashed it towards the dimension cube. At this moment, it was trembling even more violently as if it was having a seizure. Suddenly, a ray of violet light flashed, and then the violet mink appeared in front of Yang Yi and stopped him. There was a trace of anger mixed within the anxiety on her face, and she started waving her claws around incessantly. A long time passed before the corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. "You're telling me that it was willing to submit a long time ago?" The violet mink nodded. Yang Yi was slightly angry. "Why didn't it display its willingness?" "Because it can't speak and was suppressed by you, so it couldn't move at all. Besides that, it has displayed its willingness. Didn't you see it trembling? It was begging for mercy." The violet mink spoke the human tongue out of her anxiousness, and then she immediately regretted what she'd done and glared at Yang Yi with anger and embarrassment. Yang Yi blushed when he heard her. "So I was mistaken." Yang Yi smiled with embarrassment, and then he gazed at the cube. "Since you're willing to submit, then come to me." "What do you mean, come to you?" The violet mink slapped him on the head. "Drop a droplet of your blood on it." Yang Yi was shocked. "That's all?" She shook her head. "Of course not. The main reason is that it's willing to submit to you. If it wasn't, then it wouldn't make a difference even if you dropped 1,000,000 droplets of your blood on it. So that's why." Yang Yi nodded, and then flicked a droplet of his blood onto the cube. As soon as the blood touched the cube, it instantly vanished, and then Yang Yi frowned a little. A long time passed before Yang Yi's frown eased up. At this moment, a link had been formed between him and the cube. Yang Yi dispersed the sword domain, sword intent, and slaughter intent before he gestured with his right hand. The dimensional cube immediately flew into his grasp, and then he issued a command in his heart. The cube swiftly expanded to a few dozen times larger than it was, and it enveloped him. Not only can it imprison and kill others, it can be used defensively as well. It truly is a treasure that combines both offense and defense into one. A wisp of excitement appeared on Yang Ye's face as he sensed how solid the space around him was. If he used it to trap someone, then even a saint would be trapped for some time. In other words, if he used it defensively, then it could resist at least 1 or 2 attacks from a saint. It could resist the attacks of saints. Just thinking about that caused the excitement and joy on Yang Ye's face to increase. Unfortunately, the rate it exhausted his profound energy at was too terrifying. In less than a breath of time, 1/5 of his profound energy had actually been exhausted. In other words, if he used it to trap someone, then he could trap a person for 5 breaths of time at most. If he used it defensively, he could only defend himself for 5 breaths of time as well. Even though it was a slight flaw in an otherwise perfect treasure, Yang Yi was very satisfied. After all, he was only at the peak of the monarch realm, and he would definitely be able to use the dimensional cube even better once he attained the half-saint realm. Yang Yi issued a command in his heart, and the dimension cube immediately entered the sea of consciousness behind the center of his brows. Right when he was about to withdraw and inspect the other 9 saint-rank treasures. Bang! A loud explosion suddenly resounded in the sky. At this moment, the heavens and the earth were trembling, and then a wave of blood red covered the entire sky before it started raining. It was a rain of blood. At this moment, the gazes of all the experts throughout Pine Prefecture had been shot towards the direction of Ocean of Clouds City. A saint had fallen. Chapter 952. After the blood-red rain descended, an endless milk-white fog descended from the sky, and it covered the entirety of Ocean of Clouds City and Welkin Wolf Mountain Range. Yang Yi stretched out his hand and waved it lightly, and then a strand of the milky white fog descended on his palm. Yang Yi gazed at it for a long time before he looked once more into the sky. So it really was true. Saints returned the spirit energy they consumed upon their deaths. One had to absorb countless strands of spirit energy and quintessence violet energy in order to attain the saint realm, and that same spirit energy and quintessence violet energy were the foundation of this world. It could be said that attaining the saint realm was equivalent to a fight with the heavens. To be more precise, one was fighting with the heavens from the moment that person stepped foot on the path of cultivation. What did they fight the heavens for? They fought to live. Regardless of which world it was, it wouldn't be far from destruction once the spirit energy there had dried up. If saints wanted to live longer, they naturally had to absorb even more spirit energy to strengthen themselves. In that way, they naturally stood on opposite sides as nature. That was why anyone who attained the monarch realm, or above, had to overcome tribulations from the heavens. Because the amount of spirit energy required by cultivators was extremely huge after the monarch realm, and it wasn't something that the world wanted to allow. Especially saint realm experts. Every single saint simply required an immeasurable amount of spirit energy, and they even needed quintessence violet energy. Quintessence violet energy was like the spirit, energy, and essence of the world, and every bit that vanished represented that the lifespan of the world would decrease a little. So, attaining the saint realm was like seizing life from the heavens. Thus, it was extremely difficult to become a saint. Moreover, the spirit energy of a saint would be immediately returned to the world upon the saint's death. That was why every single world was able to survive for so many years. After all, if it only gave away spirit energy yet didn't get any back, then any world would probably dry up and be destroyed in just a few tens of thousands of years. Even saints have fallen. Looks like they're serious. Yang Ye's face gradually turned solemn as he gazed at the white mist which covered the sky. Before this, the battle between Ocean of Clouds Academy and Welkin Wolf Mountain Range could only be considered as a small-scale conflict, and they hadn't really fought desperately with their lives on the line. Yet now, a saint had perished, and it represented that it would only end with the death of one party. I wonder if it was a saint from the Academy of the Wolves. If it was from the Academy. Yan Ye's face fell. Had thought that they had an equal number of saints, so they could keep each other busy and balance the odds. Yet now, a saint had perished, and it meant that the side which lost the saint would be in a disadvantaged position, and it might even cause the outcome to be determined right away. Yan Yi stood and pondered deeply for an instant, and then he started rushing towards the city. No matter which side lost the saint, he had to head back because Yu Wuxuang and the others were still there. Yan Yi had just returned to the city when the scene before his eyes blurred and everything around him warped. Quite some time passed before Yan Yi opened his eyes again, and he was within a grand hall. The dean of the academy was seated at the seat of the host, and 5 old men were seated on his sides. 6 saints. Yan Yi's heart jerked when he witnessed this scene. Was it the academy who lost the saint? Besides those 6 saints, Shang Qingying and Yu Wuxuang were here as well. They were looking at Yan Yi from the side. There was a slightly complicated expression in Shang Qingying's eyes while worry filled Yu Wuxuang's eyes instead. The dean suddenly spoke solemnly. Why did you destroy the secret court? They intend to question me and get even after all this time? Yan Yi's expression didn't change as he said. They wanted to kill me. But you're still alive while all of them are dead. A black-robed old man who stood by Yan Yi's side spoke in a low voice, and there was killing intent in his eyes. Shang Qingying suddenly said, That's the secret court's instructor Zhua. So it's the leader of the secret court. Yan Yi carefully sized up the old man and said, Is it my fault that they were weak? Instructor Zhua spoke gloomily. You think that you can do as you please because you have the ancient sword school's protection? Besides the dean, the expressions of all the other old men turned slightly gloomy upon hearing Instructor Zhua. Obviously, they felt that Yan Yi was acting so fearlessly and doing as he pleased because he had the ancient sword school's protection. Yan Yi remained silent for a moment, and then he raised his head and gazed at them. Firstly, I killed 3 sons of Welkin Wolf Demon Kings. Secondly, I gathered the strength of the entire city to become a force under the command of the academy. Thirdly, I defended the city and led them to kill millions of wolf demons. When he spoke up to this point, Yan Yi's voice grew louder. So, it doesn't matter whether the secret court exists. Because I, Yan Yi, can make up for all of them. Their faces twitched when they heard him. After it was truly some boastful words. However, they weren't able to refute it. Instructor Zhua was furious. How could he not be furious when Yan Yi had said to his face that all the members of his secret court couldn't compare to just Yan Yi alone? So, he immediately spoke furiously. Yes. You, Yan Yi, possess great natural talent. You're a monstrous genius, and the members of my secret court were inferior to you. So you can just kill them without restraint because of that? If one can act as he pleases just because he possesses formidable strength, then does that mean that I can kill you right now? Because even 10,000 of you can't compare to me. I have nothing to say if you're able to put your dignity aside and bully me. Yan Yi spoke indifferently. After all, you've cultivated for countless years while I've only cultivated for a few dozen. Instructor Zhua's face twitched. He was just about to speak when the dean stopped him and spoke instead. Yan Yi, we can't deny that you rendered meritorious service during the defense of the city. However, do you know how many people in the academy are displeased with you and want to punish you because you slaughtered the secret court? We're all from the same academy. While it's normal for there to be conflict between us, why did you have to go to such extremes? Yan Yi spoke in a low voice. Weeds will sprout out once more if you don't exterminate them by the roots. Instructor Zhua stared fixedly at Yan Yi. I really wish for nothing more than to squash you to death. Yan Yi looked Instructor Zhua in the eyes and said, We're all adults here, so we have to take responsibility for our actions. The students of your secret court were arrogant and haughty, and they intended to bully the students of my outer court. Unfortunately, their strength was insufficient, and I forced them back. At that time, ID held back because it was just as the dean said. We're all from the same academy, so just teaching them a lesson was fine. However, what was the outcome? Yan Yi laughed coldly when he spoke up to this point. The outcome was that they refused to accept their defeat, and they brought even more people to take revenge on the students of my outer court. Since it's like that, then why should I allow a group of people who might backstab me at any time to continue living? Instructor Zhua, to be honest, they didn't die because I, Yan Yi, am ruthless. I can only say that they asked for it. It's best to keep a low profile when one doesn't possess strength. After all, it's inadvisable to act arrogantly without strength. Instructor Zhua spoke in a low voice. You think you're very strong? Yan Yi spoke indifferently. In your eyes, am naturally as weak as an ant now. So, am keeping a very low profile. Otherwise, to be honest, I wouldn't waste my breath on you if I had sufficient strength. You're keeping a very low profile? Instructor Zhua started laughing from extreme rage. Alright. So that's what it's like when you keep a very low profile. Talking back to a saint is considered as keeping a very low profile. Yan Yi, to be honest, I truly wish to see how you act when you are acting arrogantly. Why don't we have a little competition so that I may witness how arrogant you are? The corners of Yan Yi's mouth twitched when he heard this. Has that old fellow gone mad from rage? A saint like him wants to fight a monarch realm cultivator like me in single combat? How thick-skinned is he to speak such words? The dean and the others shook their heads slightly as well. Even though Yang Yi was asking for a beating, speaking such words was beneath Instructor Zhua's status. Instructor Zhua noticed that Head made a mistake after he finished speaking, and he immediately grunted coldly and said, Yang Yi, I intended to make you pay with your life. However, the dean said that you rendered meritorious service in defending the city, and you've rendered great merit to both the city and the academy. So, while you can escape death, you can't escape punishment. Yan Yi's face fell, and he gazed at the dean instead. The dean said, Yan Yi, while you've rendered great service to the academy and city, the effects of your actions are too adverse this time. Many amongst the higher-ups of the academy are extremely displeased, and many would definitely be unwilling to accept it if we are to just let the matter rest as we'd done before this. So, we must give everyone an explanation. Yang Yi said, Dean, even though the relationship between me and the academy is equivalent to an exchange. In other words, I help the academy, and the saints of the academy will be my backing in the future. However, I've been constantly encountering all sorts of troubles since I entered the academy. Not only did I save the academy's outer court students, I even saved the students of the entire academy. Moreover, I offended Welk in Wolf Mountain Range because of that. I can be said to have done a great deal for the academy. But Dean, may I know what the academy has done for me? All of them remained silent because the academy had truly done nothing for him. Yan Yi chuckled and said, Of course, you gave me a painting. I can't deny that it's quite useful to me. But that's all it is. Dean, you said that the painting would be able to help me attain true void rank sword intent. But Dean, do you believe what you said? In any case, I don't. When he spoke up to this point, he glanced at all the saints and said, I said all of that just to make a single point. Since I, Yang Yi, arrived at the academy, I don't owe the academy anything. Conversely, I've even done a great deal for the academy. However, what did I get in return? I didn't get any rewards. All I gained was your punishment. One of the white-robed old men said, Yang Yi, we know that you've rendered great service to the academy. However, your actions of slaughtering the entire secret court carry great implications. We must give everyone an explanation. You want an explanation? Yang Yi nodded, and then he waved his hand. The Unfettered One's painting flew over to the dean as he said, I'll give you one. Dean, you can have that painting back. From this moment onward I, Yang Yi, resign from my position as outer court instructor. Moreover, from this moment onward, I have no further connection to Ocean of Clouds Academy. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and left the hall. Everyone within the hall was at a loss for words. Chapter 953. All of them finally recovered from their shock when Yang Yi walked out of the hall. He left just like that. That was the first thought that appeared in their minds. Seniors, allow me to bid my farewells. Meanwhile, Yu Wushwang bowed lightly to them and hurriedly chased after Yang Yi. What a temper! Instructor Shui grunted coldly. Let me see if he'll be able to leave the mountain range safely without the protection of our academy. Since he resigned himself, then it just happens to be perfect to be used as an explanation for the others. Another white-robed saint said. At least we didn't have to waste our energy and effort to make an excuse. Does he think that our academy would beg him to stay? He's dreaming. Well, allow him to realize that we can still defend the city even without him. Moreover, he wouldn't even dare to leave the city without our protection. One of the other saints spoke coldly. Spread the word that Yan Yi isn't an instructor of our academy anymore, and little girl Shang will manage everything within the city. All of them spoke in succession, but the dean remained silent. It didn't take long for news of Yan Yi's departure from the academy to spread throughout the city. Have all of you heard? Instructor Yi was dismissed. Fuck! Really? Is there something wrong with those higher-ups of the academy? They actually dismissed Instructor Yi. Alas, I knew this would happen. Instructor Yi slaughtered the entire secret court that day, so it was impossible for that matter to just be forgotten. If he hadn't defended the city, then he wouldn't have just been dismissed. Right, since Instructor Yi has been dismissed, then will his promises to us still be upheld? The academy wouldn't refuse to acknowledge their debt to us once he has left, right? No, the person in charge from the academy said that everything will remain unchanged. Humph. If they dare to change their mind, then they'll leave right now. They can defend the city themselves. Luckily, they intend to keep their word. But what happened to Instructor Yi is truly a pity. If he hadn't led all of us into battle before this, then it would have been impossible to defend the city. The academy got rid of him as soon as he completed his job. Stop that. That's the higher-ups of the academy's business. It has nothing to do with us. It's fine so long as what was promised to us remains the same. Quite a bit of clamorous noise arose from the news that Yang Yi wasn't an instructor of the academy any longer and had lost all of his authority. However, that was all. In the opinion of most people in the city, it was fine so long as the academy upheld the promises that Yang Yi made them. As for Yang Yi, while many of them admired him, there were many who hated him and wished for nothing more than to see him leave. In short, it wasn't really related to them because it didn't harm their interests at all. So, the city quickly became calm once more with the academy's appeasement efforts, and no one brought up Yang Yi anymore. Cloud Ocean Pavilion. It was a residential pavilion that Yu Wushwang had bought. It was the place she had bought so that Yang Yi could recover in peace that day. Only Yang Yi lived in the entire pavilion. Yang Yi laid on a deck chair in the backyard, and his eyes were closed slightly while a faint violet glow could be seen to be coming from him. Besides that, Yu Wushwang was by his side. Yu Wushwang, who sat on the stone seat, suddenly asked, Have you really decided? Yang Yi opened his eyes, gazed at her, and smiled. Is it very difficult to decide? To be honest, I've wasted too much of my time since I arrived here. Fortunately, I've obtained quite a bit of gains. When he thought of the sword servants and the treasures that had seized from Welkin Wolf Peak, Yang Yi couldn't help but reveal a slight smile. I was all out fault. Yu Wushwang spoke softly. You wouldn't have killed the members of the secret court if it wasn't for us, and now, you would definitely be the most renowned person in the academy now. Moreover, the academy would do all it could to foster and protect you. Yet now... Perhaps. Yang Yi laughed without a care in the world. In any case, if I was given a chance to choose again, I would still kill those fellows. Right, that saint who perished was from the academy, right? Yu Wushwang nodded. It was. However, an enemy saint is on the verge of death as well. According to Shang Qingying, a saint of the academy chose to detonate himself upon suffering defeat, and he dragged his opponent down with him. He detonated himself. Yang Yi looked up at the sky. How terrifying would the explosion from the detonation of a saint be? There are void spaces created by saints high above in the sky. The saints have to enter those void spaces if they intend to fight. Otherwise, they would be pursued and killed by the entire Pine Prefecture, or even the saints of the Central Divine Prefecture. Yu Wuxuang continued. Because the strength of Saint Realm experts is too terrifying. If they don't enter those void spaces, then the entire world would be blasted apart by their strength. So that's why. Yang Yi nodded and said, No wonder the Dean and the others would vanish whenever they fight the saints from Welkin Wolf Mountain Range. So they entered those void spaces. Yu Wuxuang said, We've obtained news that Sky Divine Hall has sent a saint to Welkin Wolf Mountain Range. Moreover, the Python clan has sent a huge group of experts and 2 saints as well. Looks like Welkin Wolf Mountain Range is determined to defeat the Academy this time. Fortunately, the Ancient Sword School and Tao Order have agreed to lend the Academy a hand, and they've sent a saint each and their elites. This time, the south of Pine Prefecture is really going to fall into chaos. Yang Yi shook his head. That's none of my concern. As he spoke, he flipped his palm, and a mirror that flickered brightly appeared in his grasp. I've looked at this mirror and determined that it's a defensive saint-rank treasure. It can alter its size, and it'll instantly protect your weak points once it's activated. Moreover, it can even bounce back your opponent's attack. It should be useful to you. Yang Yi flicked it over to her while he spoke. Had obtained it from the Welkin Wolf Demon King's treasure, of course. It wasn't really useful to him because the Dimensional Cube's defensive capabilities surpassed the mirror. A saint-rank treasure. Yu Wuxuang possessed extensive knowledge and instantly confirmed that it was a saint-rank treasure. Yang Yi nodded. I've tested it, and it really is not bad. Even I can't damage it without utilizing my true trump cards. It should have other abilities, and you can slowly discover them in the future. It's too precious. Yu Wuxuang shook her head lightly and placed it in front of him. Not to mention a saint-rank treasure, even a Tao-rank treasure was extremely precious in the Radiant Dimension. As for saint-rank treasures, they were so precious that countless experts would go mad and risk their lives to obtain one. Just like this mirror. Even a high-rank half-saint wouldn't be able to harm her if she possessed that mirror, yet she was only at the Exalt realm now. Yang Yi suddenly grabbed her hand and squeezed down slightly, and then a droplet of blood shot out from the tip of her finger and descended onto the mirror. The mirror suddenly shook, and then it transformed into a ray of golden light that entered the center of Yu Wuxuang's forehead. Yang Yi let go of her hand and said, Since I gave it to you, then take it. She glanced at him while a slight smile curled up on the corner of her mouth. Right, Feng Wuchao and the others are outside. Do you want to see them? Yang Yi shook his head and said, I know what they plan to do. Tell them to just stay in the academy, and don't interfere in my business with the academy. It isn't something they can interfere in. I understand. Yu Wuxuang nodded. Don't worry, I'll deal with them. What do you plan to do now? Become stronger. Yang Yi's eyes closed slightly while the Unfettered One's painting appeared within his mind. The reason Head returned the painting to the Dean was because Head gained the essence of the painting a long time ago. After he observed it for 3 days and 3 nights, Head noticed that he couldn't just use his eyes to observe the painting. He had to cover his eyes with sword intent. Moreover, it couldn't be ordinary sword intent and had to be quasi-void rank sword intent. Once he covered his eyes with quasi-void rank sword intent and observed the painting, it suddenly appeared within his mind. However, the painting in his mind wasn't made of paper anymore. It was a landscape painting which was condensed into form with sword intent. What effects did it have? Yang Yi still hadn't noticed anything for now. However, he firmly believed that it was definitely extremely useful. Because the painting was condensed from true void rank sword intent. True void rank sword intent. The strands of sword intent from the Unfettered One which he had in the past could only be considered as quasi-void rank sword intent at most. However, the sword intent within the painting was true quasi-void rank sword intent. Head intended to concentrate on studying it. Unfortunately, he had no choice but to put it aside for some time because of the predicament that Wu Yanzhong and the others were in. Rest well. I'll report everything that occurs in the city to you. Yu Wuxuang stood up and spoke softly when she saw that Yang Yi seemed to be busy, and she turned around and was about to leave. However, a furious howl suddenly resounded through the sky above the city. Yan Yi! I'm willing to suffer eternal damnation if I don't kill you! The voice was like a thunderclap that could be heard clearly throughout the city and the mountain range. It was a furious howl from the Welkin Wolf Demon King. Chapter 954. Yan Ye's face twitched when he heard that voice. Obviously, the Welkin Wolf Demon King had returned to his lair and noticed that his treasury had been cleaned out. Yu Wushwang gazed at him and asked, "What did you do?" Yan Yi revealed a spurious smile as he said, "It's nothing. I just stole a few things from him. What a stingy fellow, and he's even a saint." Yu Wushwang was speechless. Quite some time passed before she shook her head, and then spoke seriously. "No matter how angry he is, he won't act while you're in the city. Because he knows that the saints of the academy will definitely stop him. However, you absolutely can't leave the city. Do it for us, all right?" Yang Yi smiled. "Don't worry. I want court death." Yu Wushwang nodded, and then she turned around and left. Yang Yi returned to his room once she left. He sat cross-legged on his bed with his eyes closed, and had immersed his mind into his sea of consciousness. As he gazed at the painting within his sea of consciousness, Yang Yi was absorbed into it again. The mountain was a simple mountain, the river was a simple river as well. If it was in terms of artistic value, then the painting was quite inferior, or it could be said to have nothing special. Everything was so ordinary and common. Moreover, it didn't carry any shocking aura or reveal any strange scenes. It was ordinary, extremely ordinary. It was exactly because it seemed too ordinary that the painting wasn't ordinary. After all, would a figure like the Unfettered One give such an ordinary painting to his disciple? Yang Yi understood that sword intent was something which could only be understood yet couldn't be expressed with words. Because it was useless even if another explained the comprehensions had obtained. Because that was another person's path, and it was one that was created through that person's experiences. It was impossible for one to comprehend void rank sword intent just because a person who possessed it explained his comprehensions. However, it was still a process of achieving the same goal through different means, so one could utilize the other person's path to perfect one's own path. That was the intention behind the painting which the sword sect's founding ancestor had gives to his disciple. Yang Yi understood it, and he was comprehending it now. It was naturally not something which could be accomplished in a short period. If void rank intent was so easy to comprehend, then how could the members of the ancient sword school have failed to comprehend it for the last tens of thousands of years? Just like that, Yang Yi remained in his room, and over a month passed through this period of comprehension. Throughout this period, besides observing the painting every single day, Yang Yi allocated the rest of his time to cultivating. Even though he hadn't advanced his sword intent to the void rank, had gained quite a bit. Because he noticed that his sword intent had actually grown stronger through this period of observing the painting. His sword intent and slaughter intent were once similarly strong, yet now, his sword intent could suppress his slaughter intent. Besides, his sword intent had obtained great improvements when it came to his cultivation as well. Presently, he was at the peak of the monarch realm, and he was just a sliver away from the half-saint realm. He was confident in his ability to charge into the half-saint realm in a month. As for his combat techniques and cultivation techniques, he hadn't forgotten them as well. Had recultivated the 9 rebirth techniques once level. Just as had expected, his physical strength and defenses would instantly multiply upon attaining the half-saint realm. At that time, his physical strength and defenses would far surpass the golden-robed man who'd become his sword servant now. As for his combat techniques, his insane practice and cultivation of them had allowed him to increase the amount of heavenrands he could overlap from 25 to 30. Now, he could utilize heavenrand to easily penetrate the defenses of the gold-robed man's original form, even if he didn't utilize his quasi-void rank sword intent. He could be said to have attained great improvements in all aspects during this period. Yu Wushwang had visited him during this time, and Shed told him what was happening in the city. That saint from Welkin Wolf Mountain Range had fallen a few days ago. So, at this point, both the Ocean of Clouds Academy and Welkin Wolf Mountain Range had lost a saint. That caused the enmity between them to rise to an unprecedented height. However, Yang Yi was quite surprised because no battles had erupted between the two sides throughout this entire time. The army of wolves had retreated to the mountain range, and the entire mountain range was deathly silent now. As for the academy and the city had been repaired, and even the formation around the city was activated once more. Coupled with the fact that around 10,000 half-saint realm experts had arrived from the Tao Order and Ancient Sword School, the city could be said to be as secure as a fort. Something worthy of mentioning was that Chen Dong and Fu Jingxian were here as well. Moreover, both of them had come to visit him but left when they realized that he was cultivating. Every single time Yu Wushuang came, she implied things within her words, and she hoped that he would return to the academy. However, Yang Yi just laughed it off because he wasn't interested in returning to the academy. Now that he wasn't busy anymore, he realized that calm days of cultivating without fighting, scheming, and killing were really not bad. At this moment, only the improvement of his strength was the most important to him. Because there were less than 8 months of time left before he had to go save in Nanjing and Mu Han's Han. Not only had he recovered his strength in the last 2 months, had gained a huge increase in strength. However, Lu Qiangxiu's strength was definitely increasing as well. So, if he didn't work hard to become even stronger, then he wouldn't be heading to Sky Divine Hall to save them 8 months from now. He would be going there to give his life away. Just like that, half a month passed. At an underground cultivation room. It was a cultivation room that Yang Yi had asked Yu Wushuang to find, and it was specially prepared for him to practice his combat techniques. It was a cultivation room built by the academy, so it had powerful restrictions all around it. According to Yu Wushuang, only a saint could destroy the cultivation room. Yang Yi believed that because 20 overlapped heavenrens weren't able to harm the space and surroundings here. As for 30 overlapped heavenrens, they could harm the space and surroundings here, and it was especially so if he enhanced it with quasi-void rank sword intent and slaughter intent. Yang Yi clenched his fists while his profound energy surged madly, and strands of terrifying aura surged out incessantly from within him. The aura didn't sweep towards the surroundings, and it formed a storm of energy that coiled around him instead. Yang Yi's aura was rising and strengthening incessantly. He intended to execute the Divine Fist of Destruction. 30 overlapped heavenrens could be considered a high-grade saint rank technique at most, and it was even only able to attain such might when enhanced by quasi-void rank sword intent and slaughter intent. Yang Yi had tried to utilize the critical strike technique to enhance it further, but he noticed that both the critical strike technique and light speed technique had insignificant effects on his attack that carried 30 overlapped heavenrens. After studying them for some time, he noticed that the critical strike technique and light speed were useless towards saint rank techniques. Why? Because both of them were of too low quality, and they couldn't support saint rank techniques. That caused Yang Yi to feel helpless and depressed. Even though he couldn't use those techniques, the 30 overlapped heavenrens were still extremely strong when enhanced by 2 quasi-void rank intents. It was equivalent to a high-grade saint rank technique. As for the Divine Fist of Destruction, it was a high-grade saint rank technique, and according to the founding ancestor of the Tao Order, it might be comparable to the divine rank when executed by him. The Divine Fist of Destruction stressed upon the possession of an imposing aura, and the stronger the aura was, the stronger it would be. The aura it required wasn't just the aura one emanated, it was the aura within the heart. What was that? It was the attitude to look down upon everything and reign supreme over the world. Of course, it couldn't be attained by mere self-indulgence. After all, that was no different from deception. So, not only would one lack the required aura, it might even cause one to suffer backlash. However, did Yang Yi need to do that? Not only did he have an exceptional advantage when cultivating the Divine Fist of Destruction, he possessed a formidable imposing aura as well. Because Head once watched as countless saints perished, and Head slashed apart the eye of the Heaven Tao with his own hands. When it came to this world, especially this world that had destroyed Profounder Continent, Yan Yi didn't have the slightest respect towards it. He didn't even fear the world, so could the aura he possessed be weak? Yan Yi discarded the distracting thoughts in his mind. At this moment, there was only a single thought in his mind, and it was supremacy throughout the world. The imposing aura he possessed grew stronger and stronger, and it even caused the space around him to ripple and tremble slightly. A long time passed before Yan Yi suddenly clenched his fist tightly. As soon as that happened, the space around his fist suddenly cracked apart. After that, Yan Yi shot into the air and started spinning as he carried that aura along with him, and the space around him actually started to warp along with him. Divine Fist of Destruction! A furious howl resounded within the room. As soon as his voice resounded, Yan Yi smashed his fist down towards the ground. Bang! A terrifying force rained down from Yan Yi's fist. In an instant, the space in an area of around 3 kilometers and his surroundings suddenly started cracking. After that, space actually exploded into pieces. Everything around him, including space and spirit energy, were being obliterated at a speed which was practically comparable to the speed of sound. Moreover, the entire underground cultivation room had been destroyed at practically the exact same moment. Meanwhile, a mushroom cloud that covered an area of almost 3 kilometers suddenly shot into the sky within the city. As soon as it shot up into the sky, the space around it instantly shattered while the spirit energy there dried up. At this moment, the entire city was filled with clamorous noise. Who launched a surprise attack against the city? Has a saint attacked? What's going on? Has a saint snuck into the city and launched an attack? My God! Countless experts within the city gazed with astonishment at the mushroom cloud which had shot up into the sky. Not only had the spirit energy around it dried up, even the space around it had shattered, causing a huge black hole to appear there. Yan Yi was shocked by the might of this attack. Had thought that it would be able to shake the underground cultivation room at most, but had never imagined that it would actually destroy the entire room. Moreover, it seemed to have even affected the surface. Shit! Yan Yi shouted in his heart when he thought up to this point, and he was just about to flee when Instructor Zhua and 2 other saints suddenly appeared in front of him. All 3 of them had gloomy and unsightly expressions on their faces. Yan Yi smiled with embarrassment. It's a misunderstanding. It's a complete misunderstanding. It really is. Instructor Zhua spoke coldly. From this moment onward, you have 15 minutes to leave the city. Otherwise, I'll dig a hole and bury you here right now. Chapter 955. Leave the city. Yan Yi's face fell when he heard Instructor Zhua. After all, Welkin Wolf Demon King wished for nothing more than to eat him alive now, so leaving the city was equivalent to giving his life away. Or it should be said that the academy intended to make him give his life away. The other 2 old men by Instructor Zhua's side frowned slightly, because they hadn't expected Instructor Zhua to act in this way. Even though they wished for nothing more than to dig a hole and bury Yang Yi in it, they only thought about such a thing, and they had no intention of truly forcing Yang Yi to death. After all, as far as they were concerned, even though he wasn't someone who could sit still, had rendered meritorious service to the city and academy. It made them feel that Instructor Zhua was using this matter to take revenge on Yang Yi. One of the old men was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly smiled and nodded. All right, I'll leave right now. Yang Yi turned around and walked away. However, had merely taken 2 steps when he stopped. Meanwhile, instructors were ridiculed. What? You don't dare to leave? If you don't, then beg me to let you stay. So long as you do, then perhaps they'll consider allowing you to stay. Of course, it depends on whether your begging pleases me. Yang Yi chuckled. Instructor Zhua, you must be dreaming. Instructor Zhua's face fell slightly, and he said, Is that so? Since that's the case, then why haven't you left? Yang Yi said, I just wanted to say that the times change. Instructor Zhua, perhaps there'll be a day that you'll be begging me to come back. You think too highly of yourself. Instructor Zhua ridiculed. Your natural talent truly isn't bad, and your strength is extremely formidable indeed. But don't you forget that our academy has Shangguan Yihai. If you, Yan Yi, are compared to Shangguan Yihai, it's like comparing the heavens to the earth. Me beg you to return? That's impossible in this lifetime. Perhaps it might happen in your next lifetime. Yang Yi didn't say anything. He just nodded, and then vanished into the distance. After he left, the black-robed old man on instructor's was right said, Brother Zhua, didn't you go a little too far? Not to mention that he rendered meritorious service to our academy. How would we explain it to the ancient sword school? The old man on instructor's was left said, That wasn't a good decision. The reason they hadn't said this in front of Yang Yi was naturally because they were giving face to instructor Zhua. Now that Yang Yi had left, they naturally spoke without holding back. Do you think he would really dare to leave the city? Instructor Zhua laughed coldly. He offended Welkin Wolf Demon King, so Welkin Wolf Demon King would definitely be paying attention to his whereabouts at all times. He'll definitely be annihilated if he leaves the city. He's no fool, so he's naturally aware of that. So, he wouldn't dare leave the city. Even if he does, he will just go around the city gates and then return once more. The expressions of the other two old men eased up slightly when they heard him. The black-robed old man said, That kid really does act quite lawlessly. Fortunately, this place is quite secluded, and there aren't any powers or buildings here. Otherwise, it would truly be troublesome to deal with. His bad temper really does need some correcting. The other old man said, But I'm quite curious how he executed such a terrifying technique. Even we would be injured if we went head-on against it without fighting back. Yet he's only at the monarch realm. The others remained silent. No matter how Instructor Zhua didn't like Yang Yi, he had to admit that Yang Yi's strength and natural talent were really heaven-defying. Shit! He really left the city. Suddenly, the black-robed old man cried out involuntarily. The faces of Instructor Zhua and the other old man changed slightly. They were just about to see for themselves when the black-robed old man spoke once more. How could that be possible? How did he just vanish? They hurriedly stretched their consciousnesses out through the city, and everything the city appeared within their vision. Yang Yi, who was standing before the city entrance, had vanished as if had evaporated into thin air. The three of them exchanged glances, and they saw shock and bewilderment in each other's eyes. Under normal circumstances, it was utterly impossible for Yang Yi to escape their detection, but the problem was that Yang Yi had vanished right before their eyes. A long time passed before the black-robed old man spoke abruptly. We underestimated him. Instructor Zhua spoke coldly. He'll come running back soon enough. Yang Yi shot into the mountain range upon leaving the city. With the sword domain to conceal his aura, even a saint couldn't locate him if he didn't execute a powerful technique. The reason he entered the mountain range was because the most dangerous place was usually the safest as well. Welkin Wolf Demon King would definitely not think that he would dare to enter the mountain range at a time like this. After he entered the mountain range, Yang Yi looked for a rock wall and carved a cave in it. Yang Yi sat cross-legged within the cave and continued to observe the painting. He wasn't doing it because he was determined to attain void rank sword intent, and it was merely because he felt that the painting could improve his sword intent. Presently, his cultivation was at the peak of the monarch realm, and he could step foot into the half-saint realm at any moment. Actually, he could attain the half-saint realm so long as he willed it. However, he couldn't do it right now because doing so would definitely bring down a tribulation upon him. Allowing his tribulation to descend now would be no different than courting death. Because he would be exposed once that happened, and Welkin Wolf Demon King would probably instantly appear before him. So, he had no choice but to suppress his cultivation. Since his cultivation couldn't be improved, then he could only improve his sword intent. Just like that, Yang Yi seemed like a statue which was seated cross-legged in the cave, and he gradually entered into a meditative state. In the blink of an eye, another month passed by. During this month, a piece of news had swept throughout the mountain range and city. It was that Welkin Wolf Mountain Range had formed an alliance with the Steel Ape clan. It didn't take long for a vast army to appear before the city. In the city governor's estate of Ocean of Clouds City. The Python clan has 5 million heaven-devouring pythons placed at the northern gate, and every single one of them is at the exalt realm or above. At least 5,000 are half-saints while around 1,000 are high-rank half-saints. The wolf army is at the southern gate. The wolf clan has probably dispatched all its forces this time, because there are over 20 million wolves in the army while over 10,000 are half-saints, and around 2,000 are high-rank half-saints. As for the main gates, it's the Steel Ape clan that's situated there. There are very few of them, and they only amount to less than 1 million forces. However, the imposing aura and strength they revealed isn't inferior to the Python clan and Wolf clan at all. Yu Wuxuan spoke slowly within the hall. The dean, the other saints, Shang Qingying, and some of the elders were in the hall. Shang Qingying suddenly asked, "Why are no forces attacking the eastern gate?" Yu Wuxuan answered, "That's what I'm worried about. Logically speaking, it's more effective to attack the city from 4 directions. However, they haven't dispatched any forces to attack the eastern gate. That's very unusual. Of course, I'm more worried about whether the Python clan and Steel Ape clan has dispatched any saints." "They haven't," the dean answered. "At the very least, they haven't for now. Because they are very well aware that the Tao Order and Ancient Sword School would definitely send saints here if they did that. If they don't send saints, then the Ancient Sword School and Tao Order won't as well. However, our academy and Welkin Wolf Mountain Range have an equal number of saints, so both sides are restraining each other. In other words, it's the forces beneath the Saint Realm who will decide the outcome." Yu Wuxuan continued. "Presently, we're completely overwhelmed if it's in terms of forces beneath the Saint Realm," the dean said. "The Ancient Sword School and the Tao Order will send 20,000 experts each, and all of them will be at the half-saint realm, or above," Yu Wuxuan stated. "That still isn't enough," the dean continued. "The true decider of the outcome will actually be the forces at the half-saint realm and above. So long as our forces at the half-saint realm don't lose to them, then we should be able to defend the city." Meanwhile, Shang Qingying suddenly asked, "Why aren't they attacking the city?" "Psychological warfare is superior." Yu Wuxuan glanced at Shang Qingying. While their army is camped outside the city, it created a huge amount of pressure for our forces. Presently, the morale of the experts in the city is actually quite rocky. If they hadn't been notified that the dean and the others are still in the city and that there were saints to hold down the fort, then many might have started causing trouble and chaos. Yu Wuxuan spoke solemnly. Since the Academy chose to make Ocean of Clouds City its subordinate city, then it should have taken full control over the city, and not allow others to develop as they please and provide its residents high levels of freedom. That wouldn't be a problem if nothing happens, but once something did happen, then the residents of the city won't just be of no help to the Academy, they might even cause trouble for the Academy. That was our mistake. The dean glanced at her and said, "If we're able to defend the city and overcome this danger we face, then your Yu clan will have full authority over the management of the city. Of course, from this moment onward, your Yu clan will become a subordinate power of my Academy, and my Academy will naturally not stand by idly if anything happens to your Yu clan." Yu Wuxuan was overjoyed. After all, it was equivalent to her Yu clan obtaining a city for free. Moreover, it was even the best and largest city in the south. So long as the Yu clan used it well, it would bring uncountable benefits to her clan. Moreover, from this day onward, it would be equivalent to being tied together with Ocean of Clouds Academy. At that time, even a demon king wouldn't dare rashly attack her Yu clan. Yu Wuxuan stood up and bowed respectfully to the dean. "Thank you, dean." "Right, I notified my father just now. I presume he'll be here soon." "What a smart little girl." The other saints here nodded with praise when they heard her. Besides Yu Wuxuan's ability, the Academy had also made that decision because it hoped to obtain assistance from the Yu clan's patriarch. If it was at any other ordinary time, then the Academy would really not bother about a single saint. Yet now, a single saint might be able to save the Academy. However, the Academy naturally couldn't just openly ask Yu Wuxuan to make her father help. After all, they still had their dignity to maintain, So, they had to use such a method. Such a method would make outsiders think that the Yu clan had come to seek protection and gain benefits from linking itself with the Academy, and it wasn't the Academy which sought the Yu clan's help. Of course, all of it depended on whether Yu Wuxuang could figure it out. Obviously, she understood it well. Ocean of Clouds Academy's Shangguan Yihai, show yourself and fight me. Suddenly, a voice resounded through the sky of the city. The dean's consciousness swept out, and then he instantly frowned. It's one of the 5 young demon kings, Xing Yuan. The other saints frowned as well upon hearing that. Chapter 956. The Young Demon King. Yu Wuxuang and Shang Qingying's expressions changed. In the Pine Prefecture, the human race had 5 top geniuses, and the demon race had geniuses as well. They were the 5 young demon kings. No one knew how strong these 5 young demon kings were, because they very rarely showed themselves in the human world. That was naturally because the demon kings of their respective clans had stopped them from doing so. The humans protected the geniuses of their race, and the demon race did the same. Yet now, the dean and the others had never imagined that one of the young demon kings, Xing Yuan, would show himself here. The dean and the others had quite gloomy expressions on their faces. A man in beast skin was standing outside Ocean of Clouds City. It didn't seem very crude, and it had excellent workmanship instead. It was even more well-made than human clothes. However, its appearance was much inferior. The man's long hair hung loosely down to his shoulder, and his figure wasn't robust. It was quite slender instead, and it made him seem extremely weak and feeble. He didn't seem like a young demon king that people spoke so much about. There were a million steel apes standing behind the man. All of them were pitch black and huge. Just a single finger of theirs was much larger than a human adult. They stood in rows that stretched towards the distance. While they were standing still, they created an extremely huge amount of pressure for the humans on the city walls. At this moment, all those steel apes were looking at the man with gazes of fervor and respect. Meanwhile, a man leaped off the city wall and walked towards the man. You think you can challenge Senior Yunhai? Why don't you take a look in the mirror? What a joke! Isn't that Senior Zhang Qing who just ascended to the mid-rank of the half-saint realm? Hee hee! Looks like he's impatient to test his strength after attaining a breakthrough. That's good. It'll allow us to see exactly what ability that barbarian has to actually speak about challenging Senior Shangguan. Haha! Demon beasts are vile beasts. They don't realize that there's always someone stronger in this world, and they think they are unmatched throughout the world just because they possess some strength. Based on his aura, he's a half-saint at most. A mere half-saint actually dares to speak about challenging Senior Shangguan? How ignorant of him! The man in beast skin glanced at Zhang Qing, and then he shook his head. Too weak. But since you've come here, then leave your life behind. You think you can? A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from within Zhang Qing. After that, he waved his hands about before a huge palm suddenly flashed into the sky. As soon as it appeared in the air, the space around the man in beast skin instantly started trembling violently, and then Zhang Qing howled furiously. The huge palm carried a terrifying force as it slapped down towards the man. The ground quaked and space shattered before it. It was a low-grade saint rank technique. The cultivators on the city walls were excited, and they gazed at the man in beast skin as they wanted to see how he would resist such an attack. However, the man didn't move at all. In the end, the huge palm slapped directly against his head. Bang! A huge explosion resounded, and then the huge palm shattered apart. However, the man wasn't slapped into mush. He was still standing there as if he wasn't the one who suffered that attack. All the spectators in the surroundings were dumbstruck. He resisted a saint rank technique by force? Zhang Qing gazed at the man in beast skin with astonishment, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The man shook his head. Perhaps a divine rank technique would be challenging. But a saint rank technique? That's too weak. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure instantly flashed over to Zhang Qing. Jiang Qing was horrified and was about to flee. However, the man's mouth suddenly opened wide and bit Jiang Qing's head. After that, the spectators watched as the man actually started to eat Jiang Qing. It didn't take long for Jiang Qing to be eaten alive. All the spectators on the city walls felt a chill run down their spines, and they couldn't help but take a few steps back as they gazed at the man with horror. The man licked his lips and swept the bits of meat on his lips into his mouth, and then he greedily sucked in a large and deep breath before he said, "The taste of humans is still so good." As he spoke, he shot his gaze towards the city and said, "Shangguan Yihai, you're said to be one of the 5 top geniuses of the human world. What? You don't even dare to step out of the city and fight me? Since you're in such a rush to die, then I'll fulfill your wish." Suddenly a voice resounded from within the city, and then a ray of light suddenly shot into the sky. It tore through the sky and descended before the entrance of the city. The ray of light dispersed to reveal a white-robed young man. The young man's pure white robe was completely spotless, and his ink-black hair fluttered with the wind. He had sharp features, a high nose, an icy cold expression, and carried a wild smile on the corners of his mouth. "Shangguan Yihai!" Countless people on the city walls cheered and seethed with excitement. The reputations of the 5 top geniuses was deeply embedded in their hearts. It could be said that the 5 top geniuses were the idols of all the youths throughout Pine Prefecture. At this moment, countless people seethed with excitement when they saw Shangguan Yihai show himself. It was especially so for the students of Ocean of Clouds Academy. At this moment, their blood was boiling while they roared madly. Even the members of the outer court like Feng Wuchao and the others couldn't help but feel excited because Shangguan Yihai was someone they admired. Shangguan Yihai had one of his hands behind his back as he gazed at the man in beast skin. "After all the fighting, does the demon race finally intend to go all out? That's fine. I can concentrate on my cultivation once I deal with all of you, and then fight Lu Qianshao a few months from now." As soon as he finished speaking, Shangguan Yihai suddenly raised his right hand. In an instant, an enormous palm that could lift up the sky appeared in the air, and then it formed a fist that descended towards the man in beast skin. It carried the might of the heavens and the earth. Just a single punch of his possessed such might. Countless people throughout the city were shocked and seethed with excitement. The man in beast skin chuckled, yet he still didn't dodge and allowed it to strike him. Bang! A huge explosion resounded, but the man was completely unharmed. However, Shangguan Yunhei's attack exploded into pieces and transformed into nothingness. All the spectators were stunned. Shangguan Yunhei's eyes narrowed slightly while a slightly solemn expression appeared within them. The man patted off the specks of energy on his beast skin clothes, and then he said, "You aren't just a little bit inferior when compared to Brother Qianshao. No, I should say that you aren't qualified to be equally famous as him." Shangguan Yihai asked solemnly. "You fought Lu Qianshao?" The man replied. "You know. A few years ago, Brother Qianshao, I, and a few others headed to the Central Divine Prefecture to temper ourselves. Only after you experienced the world would you realize how laughable the titles of 5 top geniuses and 5 young demon kings that were created in our prefecture are. From the moment we stepped foot into the Central Divine Prefecture, we stopped regarding ourselves as geniuses, and it's the same even after these years. Yet all of you are still pleased with your reputation of being one of the 5 top geniuses in Pine Prefecture. It's laughable and sad." Shangguan Yunhei's face sank slightly. "No wonder I never heard anything about him in the prefecture for the last few years. So all of you went to the Central Divine Prefecture. No wonder he dared to speak arrogantly about challenging all the geniuses of our prefecture. That wasn't arrogance," the man in beast skin said. "There really isn't anyone beneath the Saint Realm throughout Pine Prefecture that's a match for him. Lu Weiner isn't strong enough, Qing Daofu isn't, the Void Lord isn't, and you aren't a match for him as well. Come! Let me see exactly how strong you are after heading to the Central Divine Prefecture that it allows you to be so confident." As soon as he finished speaking, Shangguan Yunhei's figure transformed into a ray of light that shot forward. At the same time, the man in beast skin transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. Bang! 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 A ray of light and a flaming beam of light collided with each other in the sky, and then countless waves of rumbling resounded incessantly in the sky. The world dimmed down before their battle. The energy that erupted from their collision simply blotted out the radiance of the sun, and it caused the sky to dim down. Countless human cultivators were still cheering incessantly from below, and they were shouting Shangguan Yunhei's name without end. The dean, Yu Wushuang, and the others were standing on the city wall as well. But no one noticed that the dean and the others had solemn expressions on their faces. What a powerful physical body! Even high-grade saint rank techniques can't harm him. Instructor Shua suddenly muttered softly. The black-robed old man by Instructor Shua's side spoke solemnly. His body is just a step away from attaining the saint realm. Another one of the old men at the saint realm suddenly said. Yunhai is in danger. The dean was looking up into the sky while his brows were knit tightly together. He said, Sky Divine Hall and the Ape Demon King were truly quite bold. They actually didn't hesitate to send their children to the Central Divine Prefecture so that their children could grow stronger. They really were daring indeed. The black-robed old man sighed softly. The Central Divine Prefecture is filled with experts, and it's a place where the strong survive and the weak perish. Lu Qianxiao and Xing Yuan's natural talents were already very good, and they were respectively fostered by the full force of Sky Divine Hall and the Ape Clan, so their strengths were already extremely formidable. Now they've even returned from tempering themselves in the Central Divine Prefecture. Regardless of whether it's their mental state or experiences, both are much different than what they were. Once their mental state and experience has grown, their strengths would naturally grow stronger along with the hard work they put into it. As for Yunhai and the others, he didn't speak further once he spoke up to this point. We were too soft-hearted in the end. The dean shook his head. For the sake of protecting Yunhai and the others, we practically sent saints along to protect them whenever they left the academy. But we never realized that would actually be harmful to them. How could a tiger that grew up in captivity compare to a king of the jungle? From the moment Lu Qianxiao and the others entered the Central Divine Prefecture, Yunhai and the others had actually lost. And we have lost the battle as well. One of the saints spoke abruptly. Yunhai has lost. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, an explosion resounded in the sky, and then a black hole that blotted out the sky appeared high above. However, it didn't take long for the laws of the Heaven Tao to repair the black hole, and then a figure crashed down from the sky and smashed against the ground. It was Shangguan Yunhai. The voices on the city walls that were shouting Shangguan Yunhai's name had stopped abruptly. All of them were flabbergasted and had stiffened on the spot. Meanwhile, a soft voice could be heard. From this day onward, the human race of Pine Prefecture will only have 4 top geniuses left. Chapter 957. Shangguan Yunhai lost? He lost just like that. Countless human cultivators on the city walls were utterly incapable of accepting this fact. Especially the students of the academy. After all of them believed in him. As far as they were concerned, the man in beast skin couldn't be a match for Shangguan Yunhai at all. However, the facts proved that Shangguan Yunhai had lost without even being able to persist for an hour in battle. Shangguan Yunhai's defeat was like their beliefs crumbling down before them. The man in beast skin walked slowly towards Shangguan Yunhai and said, If it was all those years ago, then we would have been evenly matched and have an equal chance at victory. Yet now, I'm not the same person anymore, yet you are still the same. Cough. A mouthful of blood sprayed out from between Shangguan Yunhai's lips. Shangguan Yunhai's countenance was pale as he gazed at the man in beast skin who was walking slowly towards him. Shangguan Yunhai's eyes were filled with a blank expression. Had thought about the fact that he might lose, but it would be in the Central Divine Prefecture. He was confident that no one beneath the Saint Realm could defeat him. Yet now, had lost to someone in the same realm of cultivation. Moreover, had suffered such a crushing defeat. At this moment, Shangguan Yunhai felt slightly lost. As she watched the man in beast skin walk towards Shangguan Yunhai from atop the city walls, Yu Wushuang turned to look at the dean and asked, Senior, are you not going to make a move? The dean and the others' expressions changed, and a long time passed before the dean shook his head. There was a trace of bitterness in the dean's eyes as he said, "They will act if we act." "So," Shang Qiying suddenly said, "we're just going to watch him die?" The corners of their eyes twitched, and they slowly clenched their fists. Meanwhile, the man in beast skin had arrived in front of Shangguan Yihai. He glanced at the city, and then raised his head to look at the people on the city walls. "This is the genius of your Ocean of Cloud Academy? How weak!" As soon as he finished speaking, he clenched his right fist tightly and smashed it down towards Shangguan Yihai. However, an invisible force obstructed him when his fist was about to smash against Shangguan Yunhei's head. A wisp of a cold smile arose on the corners of his mouth as he raised his head to look at the dean and the others. "What? You couldn't help but act in the end? Shan Yunshi, that's truly a disgrace to your title of dean. You're even interfering in the battles of the younger generation. You're really getting from bad to worse." A voice suddenly resounded, and then the invisible force which obstructed the man in beast skin vanished without a trace. "Welcome, Wolf Demon King!" Shan Yunshi looked up into the sky with a gloomy expression on his face. Meanwhile, Shangguan Yunhei's insane laughter resounded from below. "Ha ha! A frog in a well! Complacent! And a lack of desire to improve. I never imagined that I, Shangguan Yihai, would make these mistakes. How sad! How truly sad!" As his voice resounded, his stomach suddenly started expanding while strands of violent and chaotic energy instantly surged out from him and pushed the man in beast skin a few steps back. He was detonating himself. Everyone here had noticed Shangguan Yunhei's intentions. The eyelids of the man in beast skin twitched slightly, and he slowly clenched his right fist. However, he didn't take a step back. "Dean, I, Shangguan Yihai, will repay you for fostering me in my next life." As soon as his voice finished resounding, an explosion resounded from within him, and a powerful destructive force instantly surged towards the man in beast skin. "Yihai!" The dean's eyes almost split apart from rage and sorrow. Had tried to stop Shangguan Yihai at the moment Shangguan Yihai tried to detonate himself. However, the Welkin Wolf Demon King had stopped him. It wasn't just the dean, even the other 5 saints by his side had been stopped by the saints on the other side. The explosion created from Shangguan Yunhei's detonation was extremely terrifying. However, since Head controlled it before he exploded apart, the energy didn't sweep towards the surroundings but surged completely towards the man in beast skin. The energy from the explosion formed a storm of energy that obliterated the space before it. However, the expression on the man's face didn't change at all. He clenched both his fists tightly and smashed them forward. Bang! 2 energy fists flashed forward. They were like a huge explosion that caused the space before them to explode apart. Bang! The energy fist smashed against the storm of energy, and it instantly caused a shocking explosion to resound. The space in an area of 3 kilometers around them was instantly blasted into pieces while a pitch black hole that was almost 3 kilometers in diameter appeared outside the city. However, it didn't take long for the black hole to be repaired. Countless people were astounded. At this moment, they finally realized how terrifying the man's strength was. Yihai! Shan Yunshi closed his eyes slightly while a terrifying force surged incessantly from within him, causing the space around him to be ceaselessly obliterated. Everyone else on the city walls remained silent. Shangguan Yihai, once a dazzling member of the 5 top geniuses of Pine Prefecture, was dead just like that. Had even died from detonating himself. Needless to say, it was a fact that many still weren't unable to accept. Especially the students of the academy. Shangguan Yunhei's death represented that only 4 geniuses remained in the prefecture, and the academy didn't have another genius to represent it. The man in beast skin laughed coldly as he gazed at the humans on the city walls, and then he flashed over to the city gates and smashed his fist forward. Bang! The entire gate shook violently, and it wasn't just the gate. Even the walls trembled violently from the impact. Countless people on the city walls turned ghastly pale. The man revealed a cold smile as he smashed his fist forward once more. Bang! It didn't take long for the city gates and even the walls to start shaking violently after suffering successive blows from the man's fist, and it seemed like the city gates and walls would crumble at any moment. Shang Yunqi and the other saints had gloomy expressions on their faces. Any one of them could instantly blast the man into mush. However, the saints amongst the enemy forces would immediately stop them if they tried to act. So, at this moment, they were the most useless amongst the people here. Of course, Ocean of Cloud City would have been destroyed in an instant if it wasn't for their presence. Strengthen the defenses on the city gates. Meanwhile, Yu Wushwang spoke abruptly. Countless people immediately moved to the city gates and poured their profound energy into it. The city gates were protected by a formation, and it would ceaselessly strengthen while energy was supplied to it. Moreover, it would even ceaselessly repair any damages it suffered. Of course, they were very well aware that it was only a temporary measure. If the man in beast skin wasn't stopped, then it was only a matter of time before the city walls were destroyed, and it would definitely not take too long. Every single punch he swung against the city gates felt like a punch that struck their hearts, and it caused their heartstrings to tense up. They could imagine how terrifying it would be once the city was breached, and then the man in beast skin and the million steel apes charged into the city. Roar! The huge steel apes in the distance pounced their chests incessantly, causing muffled bangs to resound. Obviously, they were cheering him on. He must be stopped. Yu Wushwang spoke solemnly. Once the city is breached and they are allowed to charge into the city, the consequences would be inconceivable. Even Yunhai died at his hands. Can anyone in our academy even stop him? Shang Qingying spoke softly. All the others fell silent. Shangguan Yunhai could be considered as the strongest expert in the younger generation of the academy, yet even he had lost to the man in beast skin. So, any other student of the academy would only be giving his or her life away by challenging the man in beast skin. Shang Yunqi suddenly asked. Where's Yang Yi? Shang Qingying's eyes lit up when she heard him, but it didn't take long for her eyes to dim down once more. While Yang Yi is strong, it's impossible for him to be a match for that fellow. No! Shang Yunqi shook his head. All of you underestimated him. The strength he revealed on the surface isn't his true strength. Shang Qingying was slightly surprised. Grandfather, you're saying that he concealed his strength? Shang Yunqi nodded in response. Smart people never reveal all their trump cards. Yang Yi is no fool, so he naturally wouldn't reveal his true trump cards. Perhaps all of you aren't aware of it, but the founding ancestor of both the Tao Order and Ancient Sword School have met him. The Formed actually stopped at nothing to draw Yang Yi over to his side and resolve the enmity between Yang Yi and the Tao Order. Moreover, he even gave an inviolable order that no one from the Tao Order should try to seek revenge for Yang Yi. As for the latter, she even didn't hesitate to lose a portion of her strength to forcefully send her soul down to our world. How could such a person be weak? Shang Qingying and the others' expressions changed slightly when they heard Shang Yunqi. They hadn't imagined that the founding ancestors of the Tao Order and Ancient Sword School actually thought so highly of Yang Yi. After all, both of them were existences who surpassed the Saint Realm. How picky were they? Yet they actually thought so highly of Yang Yi. That itself was sufficient to prove how extraordinary Yang Yi was. Shang Yunqi said. Of course, Yang Yi's current cultivation is still quite low, so it isn't realistic to hope that he'll be able to defeat Xing Yuan. However, if he doesn't hold back, then it should be a problem for him to stop Xing Yuan for a few hours. So long as he stops Xing Yuan for just 2 hours, Lu Weiner and Qing Daofu should be able to get here. The corners of Instructor Zhuo's mouth twitched when he heard Shang Yunqi, and he had a slightly weird expression on his face. Where's Yang Yi? Shang Yunqi said. Why is there no sign of him in the city? The black-robed old man by Instructor Zhuo's side said. He's gone. Gone? Shang Yunqi frowned. What's going on? The black-robed old man glanced at Instructor Zhuo, sighed softly, and described what had happened. Quite some time passed before Shang Yunqi shook his head. Brother Joie, that was foolish of you. Alas, you should know about that kid's temper. Asking him to return now? Forget it. I'm better off fighting Welkin Wolf Demon King to the death. As he spoke, his figure flashed up into the air, and it didn't take long for loud explosions to resound through the sky. Chapter 958. At the same time that Xing Yuan started to attack the city gates, the Python clan and Welkin Wolf clan had started attacking as well. At this moment, Ocean of Cloud City was facing a siege from 3 directions. Yu Wushuang arranged for Qingdong to lead the experts from the ancient sword school and a portion of the cultivators of the city to defend the northern gate, the Tao Order to do the same and defend the western gate, and the forces of the academy, and the remaining forces of the city to defend the main gates and face the Steel Ape clan. Yu Wushuang didn't abandon the eastern gates as well, and she ordered a portion of the experts from the Tao Order, Academy, and Ancient Sword School to split off from the main groups and defend the eastern gates. The main gate of Ocean of Cloud City. Bang! Bang! The city gates and walls were trembling violently without end before Xing Yuan's frenzied attacks. Yu Wushuang and the others naturally didn't allow Xing Yuan to just continue attacking the city, and countless experts on the city walls executed powerful techniques against Xing Yuan. However, despair arose within them, because even saint rank techniques were of no effect to Xing Yuan. As for techniques beneath the saint rank, they were like attacks that could merely scratch an itch for Xing Yuan. It wasn't just the cultivators of the city who revealed expressions of despair upon witnessing such a scene, even some of the students from the academy were the same. They were filled with fear. Fear had arisen in the depths of their hearts. It was fear towards the man in beast skin, Xing Yuan. Can anyone stop him? Even Senior Yuhai perished at his hands. So can anyone? There's no one left. No one can. He's simply impossible to defeat. If the city is breached, then only a fate of being slaughtered awaits us. We can't stay here anymore. You intend to flee? Forget such thoughts. The city has always been surrounded by the mountains of Welkin Wolf Mountain Range. Now that we're in a life and death battle and coupled with the fact that the wolves hate us humans, so long as you leave the city and they smell you, then I guarantee that you'll immediately suffer pursuit from thousands of wolves. Then what do you think we should do? That fellow's physical defenses are simply heaven-defying, and he's practically immune to all our attacks. What can we do? Once the city is breached, what else can we do but wait for death to arrive? That may not necessarily be the case. Haven't all of you forgotten someone? Who? Instructor Yi. Deathly silence suddenly swept throughout the area above the city wall. It didn't take long for someone to speak. Instructor Yes' strength isn't bad. But there's a really huge gap of strength between him and Senior Yuhai, right? Even Senior Yuhai wasn't a match for that fellow, so wouldn't Instructor Yi be coming to give his life away if he tried to fight that fellow? Who told you that Instructor Yi is inferior to Shangguan Yuhai? Did Instructor Yi tell you that? Or did Shangguan Yuhai? Or perhaps you watched them fight? That? Just think about it. Instructor Yi assumed the position of instructor in the academy at such a young age. Would the dean have allowed him to be an instructor if he didn't possess some ability? Moreover, I think that Instructor Yi definitely concealed his strength. Perhaps he's actually a high-rank half-saint, and he just kept it from us. I think so too. Instructor Yi's background is mysterious, and his strength is the same as well. There have been many occasions where he was suddenly able to kill his opponent. He definitely possesses some sort of formidable trump card. Or perhaps he has been concealing his true strength since the very beginning. Right, I agree. Perhaps Instructor Yi is actually a high-rank half-saint, but he concealed his strength for some reason. In my opinion, Instructor Yi wouldn't be weaker than Shangguan Yuhai at all if he used his full strength. That makes sense. Instructor Yi killed numerous high-rank half-saints with the cultivation at the Monarch realm. How terrifying would he be if he used his full strength? He might even be able to fight saints, right? It didn't take long for word of Yang Ye's ability to grow as it spread amongst them, and it was even to the extent that they said Yan Yi had fought saints in the past. Shang Qingying spoke with bewilderment as she watched them grow more and more excited. Have they gone mad? Yu Wushwang explained. Changguan Yunhe's defeat completely destroyed any hopes they held in their hearts, and it caused them to have no one to entrust their hopes onto. At this moment, they are like drowning people, and Yan Yi is that straw. They are grabbing onto the straw now, and even if they know that it might just be a piece of straw, they are still doing all they can to imagine that it's a ship. Shang Qingying spoke softly. How sad! Yu Wushwan laughed coldly. Aren't we the same? Instructor Shang, don't tell me that you haven't entrusted any hope on Yan Yi. Shang Qingying was speechless. Instructor Yi, please show yourself. Someone shouted from atop the city walls. It was just a single person in the beginning, but it didn't take long for all the cultivators on the city walls to shout for Yan Yi to show himself. What was Yan Yi doing right now? Yan Yi was seated cross-legged in the cave, and the cave itself was deathly silent. Suddenly Yan Yi opened his eyes. Clang! A soft clang resounded as the space before Yan Yi suddenly shattered apart, and then countless shattered pieces of space appeared around him. Besides the place Yang Yi sat at, the surroundings were covered by a black hole. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that the space here actually showed no signs of being repaired. So that's what it is. Yang Yi took a deep breath and closed his eyes. As soon as he did that, the space around him was instantly restored, and everything returned to normal. Yan Yi's heart was calm and clear, and a slight smile curled onto the corners of his mouth as he gazed at the painting within his sea of consciousness. The void rank the void. It exists yet doesn't. It's material yet ethereal. From nothing to something, and then from something to nothing. The essence of all things. The laws that govern all things. The beginning and the end of all things. So that's what the painting represents. At this moment, he truly understood what the painting meant. Actually, it represented a very simple principle, and it was the essence of all things. The essence of all things and the essence of sword intent. Actually, it was quite similar to the sword domain. Both of them stressed upon the essence of things. However, sword intent sought the essence of intent, and the sword domain sought the essence of all things. The all things here included space, time, life, and everything else. That was why the sword domain reigned supreme above intent and could suppress intent. At this moment, he finally understood how terrifying the sword domain was. He had no doubt that if he understood the essence of all things one day, then he could create and destroy anything and everything within his sword domain with just a single thought. Of course, he was quite far away from accomplishing that. The world gave birth and nurtured all things, yet it restrained all things as well. Void rank intent was just like the Saint Realm, and it had transcended the restraints of the world. Saint Realm experts had to enter special pockets of space to fight, and that was mainly because the laws of the heavens and the earth weren't able to restore the destruction created by saints. Just like the strand of sword intent that Yan Yi had released earlier. Space wouldn't have been able to repair itself if he didn't withdraw his sword intent. Yan Yi opened his eyes and spoke softly. They say that those beneath the Saint Realm are ants. It should be because cultivators beneath the Saint Realm don't possess the ability to transcend the restraints of the world. As for those monstrous geniuses of the Central Divine Prefecture who are able to surmount their realms of cultivation to challenge saints, it's probably because they possess intents, techniques, or laws that transcend the restraints of the world. Yan Yi stood up when he spoke up to this point, and then he issued a command in his heart. The space around him was instantly sliced apart, and numerous pitch-black spatial rifts appeared densely all around him. Yan Yi spoke softly as he looked at them. Perhaps I'm still not a match for Saint Realm experts right now. But at the very least, I can harm saints with my void rank sword intent. How huge was the gap between quasi-void rank sword intent and void rank sword intent? It could be said that they couldn't be compared at all. To a certain extent, quasi-void rank sword intent was still restrained by the world. So, its might was limited. However, true void rank sword intent had transcended the laws of the heavens and the earth, and it wasn't restrained by the world at all. Moreover, it was truly ethereal like the void. Just like this very moment, the surroundings were covered in void rank sword intent, but they didn't make a single sound. If the sword intent didn't belong to him, then even he wouldn't have been able to notice it. Not to mention him, even if it was placed right before Saint Realm experts, they would probably be unable to sense it unless the sword intent was targeting them. Yan Yi had intended to use the dimensional cube to test the might of his void rank sword intent, but he gave up on that thought in the end. Because it was completely meaningless. In any case, according to his estimations, it shouldn't be a problem to slice off some flesh from the Welkin Wolf Demon King if the Welkin Wolf Demon King stood there and allowed him to attack. In short, had obtained great gains during this period. Especially the improvement in his sword intent, it had really pleasantly surprised him. According to his plan, had only intended to improve his sword intent through observation of the painting, but had never thought about advancing to the void rank. After he attained the void rank, Yan Yi immediately absorbed the strand of sword intent that the unfettered one had given him. This time, it wasn't difficult at all. In the end, had set his gaze on the painting which was condensed from sword intent. After all, his sword intent might be able to grow even stronger if he absorbed it. However, he didn't choose to do so in the end. Even though he had no use for it now, he could keep it for someone else. Suddenly, a wave of fluctuation arose in the space before him. Yan Yi frowned slightly because it was a transmission talisman. Transmission talismans were naturally something that could only complete the transmission with the agreement of both parties. Moreover, the sender had to possess the recipient's spiritual energy. Because only then could it locate the recipient's spatial coordinates. Only Yu Wuxuang knew where he was. Because had left her away to contact him before leaving the city. Has something happened to Wuxuang? Yan Yi pondered deeply for an instant, and then he waved his right hand. In an instant, a voice appeared in Yan Yi's mind. Yan Yi, Ocean of Clouds City is in danger. Please return quickly to the city. It wasn't Yu Wuxuang's voice but Shang Qingying's instead. Ocean of Clouds City? What has that got to do with me? Chapter 959. Ocean of Clouds City? What has that got to do with me? Yan Yi's voice was transmitted to the talisman, and appeared above the city walls of Ocean of Clouds City. At this moment, everyone heard him. All of them were slightly stunned, and then they recalled that Yan Yi wasn't an instructor of the academy anymore. Many instantly felt displeased when they thought of that. No, they should be said to be enraged. Why did the academy dismiss Instructor Yi? What exactly did he do to make the academy dismiss him? I refuse to accept that. Instructor Yi did all he could to defend the city, yet all he got in return was dismissal from the academy. The academy's actions are truly disappointing. Even though we aren't students of the academy, and we have no right to judge the academy's actions. But if it wasn't for Instructor Yi, then the city would have been breached a long time ago. Our lives can be said to have been saved by Instructor Yi. Now, he has been dismissed by the academy instead. The academy's actions are no different than tossing a pawn away once he completes his duty. Looks like working for the academy won't end well for anyone. I heard that Instructor Yi was dismissed because he killed the members of the secret court. But even if it was wrong, it shouldn't have warranted him being expelled from the academy. The academy's actions are truly disappointing. Make Instructor Yi return. Make Instructor Yi return. Instructor Yi must return. Countless cultivators started shouting from above the city walls. The faces of Instructor Zhua and the other saints were quite unsightly, and it was especially so for Instructor Zhua. A long time passed before Instructor Zhua gazed at Yu Wuxuang and said, "Send a voice transmission to that kid. Tell him that the academy has reinstated him as an instructor." Yu Wuxuang glanced at Instructor Zhua and sent the voice transmission. A long time passed, but Yan Yi didn't answer. Instructor Zhua and the others revealed gloomy expressions on their faces. Welkin Wolf Mountain Range. Yan Yi left the cave, and he greedily sucked in a deep breath of air as he looked up at the remaining light in the sky. Needless to say, cultivating was dull and uninteresting, and time even passed really quickly while one cultivated. Actually, he knew that his speed of cultivation was actually very quick. Not to mention a few months, some experts even stayed in closed-door cultivation for over 100 years to attain a breakthrough. Everyone had a different reason behind why they wanted to grow stronger. His reason was very simple: it was to live freely with the people he cared about. Actually, it wasn't simple at all. In this era where only the strong were respected, it wasn't easy for one to live freely while maintaining one's dignity. Because the weak would be bullied. If one didn't possess strength, then not to mention living with those one loved, even one's survival would be uncertain. So, Yang Yi had stopped having such childish thoughts from a very long time ago. It was possible to live a free and happy life, but the precondition was possessing sufficiently powerful strength. Yang Yi withdrew his thoughts and looked at the sky as he said, "And Nanjing Yushi Xiaoyao. Wait for me. It won't take too long." Yang Yi stood there for a moment, and he was about to leave when he suddenly flipped his palm and withdrew a white shield. Had obtained the shield from that old man from Sky Divine Hall. The shield had been able to resist an attack from his Herculean sword, so it was naturally not ordinary. Now that he took a close look at it, Yang Yi was even more certain of that. Because it was actually at the peak of the saint rank. Moreover, he noticed that it could absorb damage, just like the Mage Force shield he once possessed. However, it was much stronger than the Mage Force shield. The Mage Force shield couldn't endure a single strike from the Herculean sword, because the strength it carried while he utilized it had fully surpassed the limits of the Mage Force shield. But the white shield was different. It would be great if this shield was a little smaller. Yang Yi shook his head slightly. While the shield was great, it was too big. It was even bigger than him. So, it was very inconvenient to utilize. But he hadn't imagined that the shield would actually become much smaller once he finished speaking. Yang Yi was extremely surprised. "You can understand me?" The white shield shook slightly as if it was answering him. Yang Yi grinned when he saw that and said, "Right, you're a saint-rank treasure at any rate, so you should possess intelligence of your own. Can you show me your original form?" The white shield started moving from side to side. Yang Yi said, "You're saying that you still don't have the ability to transform yourself?" The white shield started moving up and down, and then it went over to Yang Yi and started shaking incessantly. A long time passed before Yang Yi understood what it meant. It was asking for primordial violet energy from him. Now, he understood why it was trying to curry favor with him. It was because of the primordial violet energy. Yang Yi didn't really understand why the primordial violet energy was so attractive to treasures and demon beasts, but he gained quite an understanding later on. Because primordial violet energy could help equipment spirits improve their intelligence. To put it simply, it could help them form true intelligence that was comparable to the intelligence of a human. As for an equipment spirit that possesses such intelligence, primordial violet energy could improve their cultivation and allow them to break through their own limits. In short, primordial violet energy was beyond attractive to such equipment spirits and demon beasts. Just like this very moment. The white shield hadn't hesitated to submit to Yang Yi in order to obtain primordial violet energy. It didn't take long for the white shield to shrink and become multiple times smaller under Yang Yi's request, and it became round. Yang Yi took the shield in his left hand and held the Herculean sword with his right hand, and a slight smile couldn't help but curl up on the corners of his mouth. If he were to charge into the army of wolves right now, then he could slaughter his way up and down through the army of millions of wolves with the Herculean sword and white shield as his grasp. Moreover, if he could improve the white shield to the divine rank. Actually, it wasn't impossible because Yang Yi noticed that the white shield was like a Nanjing sky split, and it was a weapon that could grow. That included his Herculean sword as well because it too was a weapon that could grow. He didn't know what a divine rank treasure was like in the past, but after he experienced the strength of the dimensional cube, had decided to nurture the Herculean sword and this white shield to the divine rank. Once both of them attained the divine rank, Then he could even exchange a few blows with a saint while relying on his void-rank sword intent. Meanwhile, a wave of fluctuation suddenly arose in the space before him. Yan Ye's brows knit together tightly. He knew that it was definitely from Ocean of Cloud City. However, he didn't pay any attention to it, and just vanished on the spot. He wasn't trying to act like he didn't care. He really didn't want to interfere in the matters of the Ocean of Clouds Academy, because he noticed that it was an arduous but thankless task. As for obtaining the support and protection of the saints from the Academy, actually, that was the main reason why Head helped the Academy. But in his opinion, it was naturally good to obtain their assistance, but it didn't matter if he couldn't. Head never entrusted his fate and hopes on others. After all, it was best to rely on oneself. Yan Yi continued all the way north as he intended to return to the ancient sword school. Once he returned to the sword school, he could stop suppressing his cultivation and advance to the half-saint realm. In his opinion, advancing to the half-saint realm was the most important matter at hand. Because it wasn't just related to the improvement of his strength, it was related to his lifespan. After all, he only had a few months of life left. Under such circumstances, he didn't even dare to utilize the sword domain against his enemies, because if his enemy's strength surpassed the limits of his sword domain, then there would be no need to continue the fight, because he would immediately die from having his lifespan exhausted. Because he was still within the borders of Welkin Wolf Mountain Range, Yan Yi didn't choose to fly on his sword, and he dashed all along the way instead. After all, he didn't want to draw the attention of saints over to him. Just like that, Yan Yi started dashing in the direction of the ancient sword school. As for the Ocean of Cloud City, Head tossed any thought of it to the back of his head. Ocean of Cloud City. An hour had passed. The area above the city walls at the main gates was deathly silent, and everyone here had a gloomy expression on their faces. Xing Yuan was still striking the city gates like a madman, and his frenzied attacks had caused cracks to spread like spiderwebs throughout the city gates and walls. If there weren't tens of thousands of experts ceaselessly pouring their profound energy to repair the city gates and city walls, they would have crumbled a long time ago. Shang Qingying gazed at Yu Wushuang and asked, "Has he still not replied?" Yu Wushuang shook her head lightly. "You should understand his character. Since he has left, then how could he possibly return? Instructor Shang, do you think he regards the position of instructor of the outer court in Ocean of Clouds Academy as something important? No, he doesn't care about it at all. But does he not care about all of you as well?" Shang Qingying said. "Once the city is breached, then you and the outer court will probably be annihilated." Yu Wushuang glanced at her and said, "You still don't understand him. He does care about us, but everyone has their own path to take. We're members of the Academy, and that's our path. We have to traverse our own path. So, while he cares about us, it doesn't mean that he has to be responsible for our lives. Understand?" Shang Qingying gazed at Yu Wushuang and said, "You're very smart and understand him well, so you definitely know how to make him come back, right?" Yu Wushuang glanced at her and said, "Instructor Shang, one can't act that selfishly. Yan Yi isn't a member of the Academy now. To be blunt, does our Academy have any right to make him come back and risk his life against Xing Yuan? Why should he? He doesn't owe our Academy anything." Shang Qingying's figure trembled slightly as Yu Wushuang's words had reminded her that Yan Yi wasn't a member of the Academy anymore. So, why should Yan Yi risk his life to help the Academy? Why? Moreover, the Academy had even driven him out of the city. Yet now that the city is in trouble, they want to go looking for him again? If I encountered something like that, would I come back? Everyone in Ocean of Cloud City, the anniversary of your deaths will be a year from now. Meanwhile, Xing Yuan's voice suddenly resounded like a thunderclap throughout the sky above the city. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, the city gates and the entire walls around it exploded into pieces. After that, Xing Yuan transformed into a fiery ray of light that shot into the city. Bang! Thousands of experts at the front of the defensive forces behind the city gates were instantly smashed apart by the ray of fiery light. Chapter 960. After Xingyuan charged through the city gates, the steel apes behind him howled and followed closely behind him. In less than 5 breaths of time after he breached the city, almost 30,000 human cultivators had perished before Xingyuan. Had completely disregarded his defenses and allowed the humans' attacks to strike him. However, all of those attacks were of no effect to him at all. Even the strongest wave of attacks had merely forced him to take around 10 steps back. However, he wasn't injured at all. But the human experts had a practically 100% death rate upon coming into contact with him. In the beginning, the human experts still dared to charge forward, but it didn't take long for no one to dare to do so anymore. If there weren't saints standing on the city walls, they would have even started to flee. The saints. All of them shot their gazes towards Instructor Zhua and the other saints on the city walls. There were 5 saints including Instructor Zhua standing on the city walls, and Xingyuan would be instantly obliterated if any one of them were to act against him. Instructor Zhua and the others had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. At this moment, they thought of the scene that day when Yang Yi slaughtered the demon beasts. At that time, the saints of Welkin Wolf Mountain Range were in a similar situation as they were in right now. Even though the saints of Welkin Wolf Mountain Range wished for nothing more than to crush Yang Yi, the saints of Welkin Wolf Mountain Range could only watch helplessly. Because they were holding the saints of Welkin Wolf Mountain Range back. Yet now, their roles were reversed. They could only watch as Xingyuan slaughtered the humans within the city. Because the saints of Welkin Wolf Mountain Range had locked onto them, and would act immediately if they tried to interfere in the battle. At that time, they would have no choice but to enter the void spaces in the sky. Otherwise, they would be pursued and killed by countless saints of radiant dimension. Saints had to enter void spaces when they fought, and no one dared to challenge that unspoken rule of the radiant dimension. Instructor Zhua suddenly spoke. "Dispatch the enforcement team!" The black-robed old man by Instructor Zhua's side shook his head. "They won't be able to stop him." Instructor Zhua spoke solemnly. "It's better than doing nothing." The black-robed old man glanced at Instructor Zhua and nodded. In next to no time, 100 cultivators in ink black-robed arrived at the entrance to the city, and they obstructed Xingyuan's path. All 100 of them were high-rank half-saints. Xingyuan glanced at them, and then a cold smile arose on the corners of his mouth. "I think that all of you are the strongest defensive team beneath the Saint Realm within Ocean of Clouds Academy. Come! Let me see how weak all of you are." As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly stomped his right foot against the ground and shot forward explosively. Bang! A muffled explosion resounded as one of the cultivators from the enforcement team was blasted around 3 kilometers back. "Kill!" Someone shouted from amongst the team, and then all the members of the enforcement team shot explosively in Xingyuan's direction. It didn't take long for them to enter into combat. Countless people immediately heaved sighs of relief when they saw that someone had finally been able to stop Xingyuan. Bang! But right at this moment, a figure was blasted flying and transformed into mush in midair. It was a member of the enforcement team. All of them were astounded by this scene. They focused their gazes over and noticed that a member of the enforcement team was losing his or her life around every 100 breaths of time. Such a scene caused the relief they just experienced to transform once more into anxiety, and it was even stronger than before. Meanwhile, the steel apes had slaughtered their way into the city as well, and they were in battle with countless human cultivators. Even though the steel apes couldn't compare to the humans in numbers, it was still a one-sided battle that crushed the human cultivators. Because the defenses of the steel apes were truly too terrifying. The human cultivators couldn't break through the defenses of steel apes which were in the same realm of cultivation as them. However, the humans merely had to be struck lightly by them and would be instantly injured even if they could avoid death. Coupled with the fact that the steel apes were huge, it was an utter calamity for the human cultivators. If this continues, the enforcement team will be annihilated in an hour at most. The black-robed old man by Instructor Zhua's side spoke solemnly. Xingyuan's physical defenses are just half a step away from being comparable to the defenses of a saint. The enforcement team isn't able to break through his defenses. They were bound to lose the battle even before it began. Once the enforcement team is annihilated, then Xing Yuan's strength would be sufficient to destroy the other two city gates in an instant. At that time, we'll suffer attacks from 3 directions. Yu Wuxuang spoke solemnly. When that happens, our city will become a city of the dead, and our academy will lose the buffer provided by Ocean of Clouds City. It would have to directly face the combined forces of Welkin Wolf Mountain Range. Shang Qingying spoke solemnly. If it's really impossible, then we have no choice but to retreat to the academy. Yu Wuxuang shook her head. If it were before this, then perhaps that would be possible. But now, taking just a single step back would bring down absolute destruction upon us. Moreover, as soon as we give the order to retreat, the morale of our forces would be crushed in an instant. Once that happens, we would truly be finished. Shang Qingying said. Then are we supposed to watch and wait for death to arrive? Yu Wuxuang gazed at Instructor Zhuo and the others. Seniors, I don't know what exactly happened between Yang Yi and all of you. But at this moment, perhaps only Yang Yi would be capable of stopping Xing Yuan. Only by stopping Xing Yuan would we be able to crush the morale and confidence of the ape army. Only by doing that would the waning morale of our forces be raised once more. Yang Yi can be considered as our only hope. Even though Yang Yi is strong, he's only at the monarch realm. The black-robed old man said. I'm afraid that his strength isn't even on par with Yihai, so how would he stop Xing Yuan? Because he has comprehended quasi-void rank sword intent and slaughter intent. He can break through Xing Yuan's defenses with them. Yu Wuxuang continued. Moreover, had dared to challenge the Dao order when he was only at the Exalt realm, and he even exchanged a blow with Qin Daofu. Seniors, ask yourselves this. Is Yang Yi's strength really limited to what he has displayed? Instructor Zhuo and the others' eyelids twitched slightly. Indeed, Yang Yi seemed to have never revealed his true strength until now. The reason they felt he was inferior to the 5 top geniuses of the prefecture was because his cultivation was only at the monarch realm. After all, no matter how much of a monstrous genius he was, there was a gap of a few levels of cultivation between him and the 5 top geniuses. Moreover, the 5 top geniuses were geniuses amongst geniuses. So, as far as they and everyone else was concerned, it was utterly impossible for Yang Yi to surmount his realm of cultivation to fight them. Because the 5 top geniuses were extraordinary geniuses who could surmount their realms of cultivation to do battle. That was exactly why they'd subconsciously felt that Yang Yi was inferior to the 5 top geniuses. But was that true? Had Yang Yi fought them? He hadn't. Instructor Zhuo and the others pondered deeply for a long time. In the end, the black-robed old man and the other 3 saints gazed at Instructor Zhuo. It could be said that Instructor Zhuo was the reason why Yang Yi had left the city. It was best for the cause of everything to undo it as well. So, making Yang Yi return depended on Instructor Zhuo's attitude towards it. Instructor Zhuo looked down the city walls. There were countless corpses there. Some were whole while some were incomplete, and there were many that had been eaten by the demon beasts. There were countless corpses like that. Amongst them were numerous elders, guardians, and instructors of the academy. In the end, his gaze descended upon the battlefield between the enforcement team and Xing Yuan. At this moment, the enforcement team only had around 70 members left, and their numbers were decreasing incessantly. All of them were the true elites of the academy. Moreover, there were numerous students amongst them as well. The members of the enforcement team were elites, but they still weren't on par with Xing Yuan. Because Xing Yuan's strength had actually far surpassed an ordinary high-rank half-saint. So, if this continued, then the enforcement team would be annihilated. However, not a single member of the enforcement team shrunk back, and even if one of them died, there would always be another to charge forward and replace that fallen companion of theirs. It was heroic yet tragic. Quite some time passed before Instructor Zhuo withdrew his gaze. He remained silent for some time before he suddenly opened his eyes. He gazed at Yu Wuxuang and said, "Little girl, send him another voice transmission." The other saints by Instructor Zhuo's side immediately revealed relieved expressions when they heard him. They knew that had made his decision. Yu Wuxuang glanced at Instructor Zhuo, and she heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. She knew that Instructor Zhua had decided to make Yang Yi come back. Of course, she was very well aware that the academy would have to pay a huge price to make him come back. The reasons had made such a suggestion wasn't entirely for the sake of protecting the city and academy, it was for Yang Yi's sake as well. She didn't want the relationship between Yang Yi and the academy to be truly destroyed. After all, it was utterly disadvantageous to Yang Yi. Moreover, if the academy tried to make Yang Yi return now, then Yang Yi would definitely benefit greatly from it. As for whether Yang Yi could fight Xing Yuan, Shen naturally thought about that as well. She had no knowledge of Yang Yi's true strength, but she was confident in his ability. Perhaps Yang Yi couldn't kill Xing Yuan, but keeping Xing Yuan busy until Lu Weiner and Qing Daofu arrived was definitely not a problem for him. Yu Wushuang withdrew a talisman and started sending a transmission. Around 5,000 kilometers away from the city, Yang Yi, who was rushing towards the ancient sword school, suddenly stopped moving. Because the transmission Yu Wushuang sent him this time wasn't like the past transmissions. Shed sent him 3 transmissions in succession. Has the city really been breached already? Yang Yi frowned slightly, and waved his right hand to receive the transmission. However, had just done that when a mysterious strand of energy shot towards him from that point in space. Yang Yi's expression changed drastically as he hadn't expected something like this to occur. He was just about to counterattack, but it was too late. The energy had instantly enveloped him. In next to no time, a wave of dizziness assaulted Yang Yi's mind. An unknown period passed before Yang Yi's mind cleared up slightly, and he was in an illusory pocket of space when he opened his eyes again. Yang Yi was feeling puzzled when a voice suddenly resounded from behind him. Stop looking around. This is an illusory pocket of space that I created. Only your divine sense has entered this place. Yang Yi turned around and looked towards the source of the voice. There were 5 old men standing before him, and the person standing at the front of the group was Instructor Zhua. Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then he revealed a brilliant smile. So it's Instructor Zhua and the other seniors. I wonder why all of you've brought me here. The black-robed old man coughed, and then he revealed a smile. Yang Yi, we've considered it carefully, and we noticed that allowing you to leave the academy was a huge loss to our academy. So, we've decided to let you return to the academy and manage the outer court. Return to the academy? Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then he quickly shook his head. Actually, I did some self-examination on myself after I left the academy. Seniors, all of you weren't wrong. After all, my character really isn't suitable for the position of instructor in the academy. Moreover, I like my freedom, dislike being tied down, and I don't want to make it difficult for all of you as well. So, seniors, please don't speak about returning to the academy again. Right, please don't mention it again. The faces of the black-robed old man and the other saints instantly stiffened. Chapter 961. Yang Yi, let's not beat around the bush. Meanwhile, Instructor Zhua suddenly said, We don't really want you to return to the academy. The main reason we're here is that we hope you'll help us keep that fellow, Xing Yuan, busy. Of course, our academy won't make you help for nothing. Feel free to raise any conditions. Of course, we hope that they are reasonable. Yang Yi gazed at Instructor Zhua and said, I wonder what the academy can give me. Saint rank treasures and techniques, and extreme-grade energy stones. Instructor Zhua looked Yang Yi in the eyes while hoping to see wild joy or excitement on Yang Yi's face. After all, saint-rank treasures and techniques were extremely rare even to high-rank half-saints. However, he was disappointed. The expression he wished to see didn't appear on Yang Yi's face, and there was only calmness and a trace of ridicule there. Yang Yi flipped his palm, and the Herculean sword and white shield appeared in his grasp. Both these treasures are high-grade saint-rank treasures. As for techniques, Yang Yi exchanged the white shield for the ancient sheath, and then he condensed an intense sword and sheathed it. Next, he swiftly drew it, and a ray of sword energy shot into space. The powerful ray of sword energy tore through the space in its path, and it seemed like it could even tear through the world. Yang Yi gazed at Instructor Shua. Saint rank treasures? I have them. Saint rank techniques? I have them as well. I have all of that. So why would I risk my life and offend others for no reason? Instructor Shua glanced at Yang Yi and said, Yang Yi, I know that you're discontent from being stripped of your position in the academy and expelled from Ocean of Clouds City. Senior, you're mistaken. Yang Yi interrupted Instructor Shua and said, No matter what the reason was, I'd slaughtered the members of the secret court. That's a crime in the eyes of the academy, and it carried extremely adverse effects to the academy. The academy wasn't wrong to punish me and give the other members of the academy an explanation. The reason I left the academy wasn't because the academy intended to punish me, it was because I wanted to cultivate in peace. Just as I said, I'm a person who likes my freedom, and I don't like to be tied down. Instructor Zhua and the others were quite surprised when they heard him. They thought that Yang Yi had left the academy on his own accord because he felt aggrieved, but the true facts weren't so. The black-robed old man said, We underestimated you. Yang Yi chuckled. The academy is facing troubled times right now. Staying in the academy would only make me face an endless string of trouble. However, I want to improve my strength as quickly as possible. So, leaving the academy was the best choice for me. Moreover, I could even avoid even more conflicts from arising between me and the academy. That was simply like killing two birds with one stone. Their expressions eased up quite a bit when they heard him. In the beginning, they thought that Yang Yi was acting that way out of pride, but now it would seem like it wasn't the case. The reason Yang Yi had left the academy wasn't because he wanted to use it to threaten the academy, he just wanted to avoid trouble and cultivate in pace. Actually, it was impossible for Yang Yi to leave the academy even if he wanted to, because he had no reason to do. At that time, he was still an instructor of the academy, and his duty was to defend the academy and the city. If he left, it would be equivalent to betraying the academy. However, the academy had stepped forward and given him an excuse to leave. At this moment, all the saints here couldn't help but feel a wisp of bitterness arise in their hearts. It was especially so for Instructor Zhua. If it wasn't for him, then Yang Yi would still be in the city even if he wasn't an instructor anymore. So long as he was still in the city, then it would be impossible for him to just watch as the city was breached. After all, his students and people he cared about resided in the city. But now, a long time passed before Instructor Zhua said, Yang Yi, all of us saints are being kept busy, so no one in the city can stop that fellow, Xing Yuan. Ocean of Clouds City will fall completely in an hour at most. We need your help. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, Seniors, to be blunt, what has that got to do with me? The black-robed old man said, The students of the outer court are still there. Yang Yi shook his head. I can't be protecting them forever. There are things they have to do on their own. Whether it ends in life or death, it was their own choice, and they can't blame anyone for that. Let's discuss it in a different way. Instructor Shua said, From this moment onward, we'll stop treating you as an instructor of the academy. Now I represent the academy to seek assistance from you. You can raise any conditions you have. Yang Yi raised his head to gaze at Instructor Shua and said, Any conditions? The corners of Instructor Shua's mouth twitched, and he nodded. Of course, if your requests are beyond the ability of our academy, like helping you annihilate a platinum rank power, then you don't have to even mention it. Because I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to stop myself from killing you. Yang Yi said, I'm not that foolish. It'll only stop Xing Yuan for an hour, and our deal will be completed then. The corners of Instructor Shua's mouth twitched once more, but he nodded in the end. Yang Yi said, Since you've agreed, then I'll start raising my requests. I don't have many. It's only 3. As Yang Yi described his conditions, it wasn't just Instructor Shua's face that twitched this time, the faces of the other saints started to twitch as well. All of them had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. Ocean of Clouds City. At this moment, Ocean of Clouds City was in imminent danger. The northern gates and southern gates were in comparatively better states. because the experts of the Tao Order and Ancient Sword School were still barely able to keep the Python and Wolf army out. However, the main gates didn't have its gates anymore. At this moment, the area there had been transformed into a battlefield. The corpses of humans and demon beasts were piled up into hills, and blood seemed to have formed pools on the ground. Xingyuan was still locked in a fierce battle with the enforcement team. Xingyuan seemed to grow more and more ferocious as the battle went on, but the enforcement team was growing smaller and smaller instead. Surprisingly, they were actually in a better state than they were before this. In the beginning, the enforcement team wasn't aware of Xingyuan's strength, so they immediately went head-on against him. But the outcome was that more and more of their companions were perishing. Later on, they changed their strategy after Yu Wushuang told them not to go head-on with Xingyuan. Shed told them to keep their distance, and tried to keep him busy so that they could delay him for as long as possible. Yes, they were just buying time. Regardless of whether it was the members of the enforcement team, Yu Wushuang, or the others, all of them knew that it was impossible for them to kill Xingyuan. Because not one of them could break through Xingyuan's defenses. What they were trying to do, actually, it was the only thing they could do, and it was to buy time and wait for their reinforcements to arrive. Enforcement team, retreat. Team 1, take their place. Don't get locked in battle. Use your strongest techniques and retreat immediately. Team 2, prepare yourselves. Immediately replace Team 1 once they start retreating. Yu Wushuang was ceaselessly giving orders from atop a damaged section of the city walls. As she gave the orders, the enforcement team didn't hesitate to retreat immediately. At the same time, a group of 100 high-rank half-saints immediately replaced them, and they started to execute their strongest techniques like they'd gone mad. Countless attacks covered the heavens and the earth as they blasted towards Xingyuan. They were the strongest attacks that those high-rank half-saints could execute. While they couldn't break through Xingyuan's defenses, it still wasn't easy to resist for him. He was ceaselessly blasted back, and he was pushed back to the city gates. Those high-rank half-saints were clearly disregarding their consumption of profound energy, and all of them were executing their strongest techniques like madmen. They did it until their profound energy dried up, and they only retreated when they couldn't execute another technique. Team 2, replace them. Team 1 had just finished their wave of attacks when Yu Wushuang's voice immediately resounded, and then the 2N group of high-rank half-saints hurriedly charged forward and started another round of attacks. Just like that, Xingyuan was forcefully kept busy by alternating between teams like this. Shang Qingying spoke in a low voice. Can this really keep him busy until Lu Weiner and Qing Daofu arrive? Yu Wushuang glanced indifferently at Shang Qingying. You're being too naive. This method of ours caught him off guard, and coupled with the fact that we seized the initiative, he doesn't have a chance to retaliate yet. However, this method of ours will be useless once he catches his breath. Shang Qingying asked. Then our efforts were done in vain? Yu Wushuang shook her head. Not entirely. Perhaps we wouldn't be able to delay him until Lu Weiner and Qing Daofu arrive, but it should be sufficient for Yang Yi to rush back here. Because Yang Yi should still be within the mountain range. So long as he rushes back at full speed, then he'll be able to get back here in less than 15 minutes. Yang Yi? Shang Qingying pondered deeply for quite some time before she said, Would he come? Yu Wushuang glanced at Shang Qingying and said, What do you think? I don't know. Shang Qingying spoke in a low voice. I can't see through him. He's sometimes impulsive like a madman, but he sometimes makes me feel like he's extremely smart and has considered the consequences of every action he takes. Logically speaking, he should come back. Because all of you are in the city. However, he would be here by now if that was the case, and it wouldn't have taken him so long. Yu Wushuang looked up into the sky and said, Whether he comes or not depends on the Academy's attitude towards him. Shang Qingying intended to say something else, but Yu Wushuang waved her hand and stopped Shang Qingying. She looked down at the ground below and said, Enforcement team, prepare. It didn't take long for the Toon team to retreat, and the enforcement team immediately stepped forward. But it was also at this moment that an unexpected event occurred. Roar! A loud roar suddenly resounded, and then some half-saints were immediately shaken to the point they bled from all 7 apertures. As for the experts at the monarch realm and below, some of them were instantly blasted into bits. A huge steel ape that was around 30 m tall and 12 m wide appeared at the city gates. It was simply like a small mountain, and just a single finger on its hands was larger than the combined size of a few adults. It was Xing Yuan. Had returned to his original form. Countless people were horrified by this scene. Xing Yuan glanced at the surroundings, and then his gaze descended onto Yu Wuxuang, who stood on a damaged section of the city walls. "Little girl, you're truly detestable. Die!" As soon as he finished speaking, he raised that huge palm of his and swung it down in Yu Wuxuang's direction. Bang! The damaged section of the city walls which Yu Wuxuang and the others stood on was instantly blasted into powder. Chapter 962. The figures of countless people stiffened on the spot. Yu Wuxuang, Shang Qingying, and the others died just like that? Wait! Someone stopped Xing Yuan! Suddenly, a surprised voice resounded. They looked over and saw that a person was standing beneath Xing Yuan's huge palm. If they didn't look carefully, it was utterly impossible to notice because Xing Yuan's palm was so huge. It didn't take long for them to see that person's appearance clearly. My God! It's Instructor Yi! It's Instructor Yi! Oh my God! It's Instructor Yi! It really is him! Long live Instructor Yi! All hail Instructor Yi! It really is him! I kill them! Instructor Yi! Instructor Yi! In an instant, the entire battlefield was filled with cheers of joy that shot into the sky. It was Yang Yi, of course. He was holding the white shield with both hands against Xing Yuan's huge palm while Yu Wuxuang and Shang Qingying were on his left and right. They were standing on the bits of the city walls that remained after it was blasted apart from the might of Xing Yuan's attack. Yu Wuxuang gazed at him and spoke softly. I knew you would come! Yang Yi grinned. It isn't the time to talk. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi flipped his right hand, and the Herculean sword appeared in his grasp. After that, he transformed into a ray of light that shot through Xing Yuan's huge palm. Hiss! A pillar of blood sprayed out from the back of Xing Yuan's palm. His defenses had been penetrated. Xing Yuan's defenses had been penetrated. Countless people started howling madly when they witnessed this scene. That physical defense which instilled despair in them had been penetrated now, and it caused unprecedented hope to arise in their heart. At this moment, their blood coiled once more, and so did their desire to fight. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath. He just waved the Herculean sword swiftly, and countless rays of sword energy rained down like raindrops. With quasi-void rank slaughter intent and sword intent enhancing them, Yan Yi's sword energy were able to pierce through Xing Yuan's skin with ease, causing strings of blood to ceaselessly appear throughout Xing Yuan's body. The human experts grew even more excited when they witnessed this scene. Roar! A vicious glow surged through Xing Yuan's eyes as he roared furiously at Yang Yi, and a powerful soundwave covered the heavens and the earth as it pressed down upon Yang Yi. However, the soundwave was fully stopped by Yang Yi's sword intent when it was still over 10 m away from him. Meanwhile, a huge palm carried terrifying might as it descended before Yang Yi, and it seemed like it intended to obliterate both Yang Yi and the space around him. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't choose to go head-on against this attack. He activated the laws of speed and vanished on the spot. Bang! Xing Yuan's attack missed, and the space where his palm descended shattered into bits. Meanwhile, a few hundred rays of sword energy suddenly flashed out from behind Xing Yuan and descended on him, causing a few hundred holes to be instantly opened up throughout his body. In less than half a breath of time, half of Xing Yuan's body was dyed red by his own blood. Xing Yuan didn't launch another attack. His figure flashed and returned to his human form. His strength rose explosively upon returning to his original form, but his original form was slow and cumbersome. Especially when he faced Yang Yi. Just Yang Yi's speed surpassed his speed while he was in his original form, and coupled with Yang Yi's sword energy's ability to penetrate his defenses, had become a living target for Yang Yi while he remained in his original form. So, Xing Yuan immediately returned to his human form. Wham! A ray of sword energy flashed. It wasn't aimed at Xing Yuan but the area behind Xing Yuan. Hiss! Over 2,000 steel apes behind Xing Yuan were instantly chopped into two, and countless internal organs sprayed out onto the ground while accompanied by fountains of blood. The remaining steel apes immediately stopped moving when they witnessed this scene, and they glared fiercely at Yang Yi yet didn't dare step forward anymore. The human cultivators stood behind Yang Yi as well. At this moment, there was no fear and terror on their faces anymore, and only blazing battle intent could be seen in their eyes. I'm quite surprised. Xing Yuan gazed at Yang Yi and said, I've heard of you. You should be Yang Yi, right? Yang Yi? Exclaims resounded throughout the surroundings when they heard Xing Yuan. After that, all of their gazes descended onto Yang Yi, including Feng Wuchao and the others. Even though the name, Yang Yi, wasn't as renowned as the 5 top geniuses within Pine Prefecture, it was still extremely well known. It was none other than because Yang Yi had challenged the Tao Order on his own. Yi Yang. Yang Yi. So, Instructor Yi is that expert, Yang Yi, who challenged all the geniuses of the Tao Order by himself. No wonder his accomplishments in the Sword Tao were so formidable. It turns out that he's a disciple of the ancient sword school. Feng Wuchao laughed bitterly. Xia Bingwei spoke softly from Feng Wuchao. Regardless of whether he's Yang Yi or Yi Yang, he's our instructor no matter what. The other outer court students nodded. It didn't matter whether he was Yang Yi, Yi Yang, or someone else entirely. In their hearts, Yang Yi was their instructor. The outer court students were comparatively composed, but the others in the surroundings seethed with excitement. My God! Instructor Yi is Yang Yi, who challenged the Tao Order and forced the Tao Order to have no choice but to send Qing Daofu to bully him with a superior cultivation. My God! He was once my idol. I'd always wanted to meet him, but I never imagined that he was right by my side and even fought with me. I felt quite regretful that I hadn't been able to see the person who caused the Tao Order to suffer such a loss. I never imagined that he would have actually come to Ocean of Clouds Academy to be an instructor. No wonder he acted so arrogantly and domineeringly, and no wonder he dared to slaughter the secret court. Would a person who doesn't even fear the Tao Order fear a mere secret court? The members of the secret court really died like fools. Instructor Yi was only at the Exalt realm at that time. If he attains the Half-Saint realm... TSK. Yang Yi paid no attention to the spectators. He sized up Xing Yuan and said, You recognize me? After all, only a few people knew that his name was Yang Yi. Lu Qianshao, I, and the others collected information about you. Xing Yuan sized up Yang Yi and said, Do you know what our judgment of you was? That does make me quite curious, replied Yang Yi. He really was quite curious because he hadn't imagined that Lu Qianshao and the mothers would have actually investigated him. Xing Yuan said, We came to an agreement that if you attained the Half-Saint realm, then the Pine Prefecture wouldn't have 5 top geniuses but 6. But now it would seem like we underestimated you a little. Your current strength isn't inferior to Shangguan Yehai and the others, and it might even be stronger. Because I sense an aura of danger that I've only sensed from some geniuses in the Central Divine Prefecture. You give me a sense of danger as well. Yang Yi continued, Why don't we do this? You lead your forces and leave, and we can just stop fighting, alright? Or perhaps he can just stand here and chat for an hour. You want to buy time? Xing Yuan chuckled. I know that your side is waiting for Lu Weiner and Qing Daofu to arrive. To be honest, their joint forces would cause some trouble for me. Especially Lu Weiner. Her sword soul technique disregards physical defenses, so even I have to be careful against her. Unfortunately, they would only be troublesome to me. Not to mention their joint forces, I would have nothing to fear even if all 3 of you joined forces. That's great. Yang Yi smiled. Then how about we wait for them to come? In that way, we'll both be able to save quite a bit of strength. No! Seng Yuan walked slowly towards Yang Yi and said, I don't want to waste time. I'll kill all of you and wait for them to come. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly appeared before Yang Yi, and then his fist smashed down in Yang Yi's direction. The space around Yang Yi instantly cracked apart, and then countless cracks swept swiftly towards the surroundings. It was extremely shocking. A cold glow flashed through Yang Yi's eyes as he took the white shield in his left hand and raised it up against Seng Yuan's fist. At the same time, the Herculean sword in his right grasp swept forcefully towards Seng Yuan's head. Bang! Bang! Two muffled bangs resounded, and then Yang Yi's figure was pushed around 300 m back while Seng Yuan remained on the spot. However, there was a huge mark created by a sword on the side of Seng Yuan's head. It even caused the shape of his head to be slightly warped. As for Yang Yi, he hadn't suffered any material harm and had just been pushed back. Yang Yi had a solemn expression on his face because Seng Yuan's physical defense and strength had far surpassed his expectations. He hadn't held back earlier, yet it had merely caused a mark to appear on Seng Yuan's head. So, how strong was Seng Yuan's defenses? Moreover, had still been pushed 300 m back while using the white shield to resist the blow. So, how terrifying was the force behind that punch? Your physical strength is much stronger than we expected. Seng Yuan gazed at Yang Yi and said, Actually, you're not from Pine Prefecture and are from the Central Divine Prefecture, right? Yang Yi nodded and replied, If you really want to know, we can sit down and have a nice chat. Actually, I'm from... You still intend to buy time? Seng Yuan laughed coldly and said, It's pointless. Since it's pointless, then cut the crap. Yang Yi interrupted Seng Yuan and instantly appeared in front of Seng Yuan, and then the Herculean sword smashed down towards Seng Yuan's head. You're courting death! Seng Yuan roared furiously as he smashed his fist forward. Just like that, both of them were locked in battle. In the beginning, Yang Yi was in a disadvantaged state, but it didn't take long for Yang Yi to completely suppress Seng Yuan. At this moment, Yang Yi had changed the Herculean sword for an intense sword. Besides that, had stopped going head-on against Seng Yuan and had started to take advantage of his speed to strike before moving clear of Seng Yuan. Because had noticed that Seng Yuan's speed was absolutely inferior to his own. Of course, it was under the circumstances that he was utilizing the laws of speed. Just like that, Yang Yi frequently left a few injuries on Seng Yuan's body while Seng Yuan was practically incapable of touching Yang Yi. Even if he tried to suffer a blow from Yang Yi in order to land a blow on Yang Yi as well, it would be stopped by Yang Yi's white shield, and Yang Yi would be completely unharmed. So, everyone here watched as that extremely powerful expert, Seng Yuan, was completely suppressed in battle with Yang Yi. Human! You're courting death! Suddenly, a furious howl resounded from afar, and then a huge 7-colored python swept down like a bolt of lightning from the sky. It instantly struck Yang Yi, who was still in battle with Seng Yuan. Bang! Yang Yi was taken by surprise and instantly blasted flying. In the end, his figure crashed against the ground and smashed open a huge hole there. It's the number one genius of the Python clan, hey you! Shang Qingying's face fell. How shameless and despicable! Not only are you ganging up on him, you even launched a surprise attack! Yu Wushuang had a gloomy expression on her face and couldn't stop herself from cursing at them. There's nothing shameless and despicable during a battle between two armies. Seng Yuan gazed at Yu Wushuang as he grunted coldly. Little girl, you're truly too detestable. I'm going to eat you alive today. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure shot explosively towards Yu Wushuang. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly appeared in front of Yu Wushuang, and a wisp of ferocity curled onto the corners of his mouth as he gazed at Seng Yuan's swiftly approaching figure. I fucking asked you to wait for an hour, yet you insisted on fighting. Fine, we can fight one-on-one. But you fucking tried ganging up on me and even launched a surprise attack. You want to die, huh? As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, 13 black-clothed men and 4 huge wolves appeared here, and they instantly surrounded Seng Yuan. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.